Welcome to the Institute for Cybersecurity and Digital Trust here at The Ohio State University. My name is Julia Armstrong. I am the managing director. We also have essentially a part-time staff of a few folks. Our faculty director is Ji-Chung Ling. We often call him ZQ. Liz Stong is part of the OHIO program and she assists our events. And Nicole Gianetta, student assistant. So a lot of times you'll see communications from her. If you are not on our mailing list, I'm going to take this moment to say, please join it. You can find the link in the middle of our main page, icdt.osu.edu. So without further ado, I want to welcome each and every one of you. This is considered a community event, an industry symposium, meaning you're somehow related to cybersecurity and digital trust. That could be in your workday, it could be in your retirement, in your volunteer hours, in your studies. And we really have people from all of these different areas here today. Now, I'm going to thank Andrew too for helping out. He is with the Translational Data Analytics Institute. This is their home. We are so thankful for them having us here today. And Andrew, go ahead and pop up all these different bubbles. So we have people from Ohio, from our military, from federal services and federal agencies. There are folks locally here, not just here in Columbus, but here in Ohio, security engineers, CISOs, IT specialists, consultants, and then everybody usually also cross-secting with the university in some way, faculty, staff, students. There's also a cybersecurity boot camp. We invited their graduates here today too. You also notice I pulled social work and administrative assistants because they're people switching into the cybersecurity career from other roles. So a little bit about ICDT. Our mission is pretty broad, but the three pillars around us are research, education, and our community. Today, we're focusing mostly on those partnership aspects in what is going on in our local and broader community. So here, I just want to touch briefly before we get started. The research aspect is campus-wide. So it's not, a lot of people think of it as computer science or maybe electrical engineering, and it's much more broadly than that. And it's also part of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. So we have a lot of work we do at the Center for Automotive Research or the Center for Design and Manufacturing Excellence, as well as other colleges and departments around campus. I'll go ahead and move through this slide too. And then on the education side, so I am acting as sort of as a hub of communication for all of the different educational programming offerings we have for our students. ICDT is not a department. We don't offer the classes, but we are here to advocate for them and get them moving, get students enrolled, build and revise curriculum. As you know, things are changing much faster than we can do it. So I just add a little grease to the wheels. We go from that boot camp I mentioned, minors, bachelors. We have graduate certificates now just launched. We're going to be admitting our first students for the January term. And we're working on full-fledged masters, hopefully by next fall. And of course, special PhD programs. I also, informal learning, application, hands-on keyboard, those experiential skills, that's also a big part of what is a passion of mine. And so I focus a lot on that and especially with our corporate partners. So today, learn a little bit from some of our fantastic guests. I'm so glad that they're here to speak to us. Also, think about ways you might want to engage with the university. That could be cooperative research. You and faculty members, or several of you and faculty members, and we can go for national grants together, find those proposals. Capstone projects. We have students in their final semester before graduation who are looking for really good things to do. And that's where you can work with them or find a young manager and have them work with a team of students. Support our student works. You'll hear from a couple of our student presidents later today. Join our corporate consortium. So this has been sort of in the early stages. I want to thank Huntington Bank for being the first one out, take a big step. They joined the team, they wrote the check, they are showing up and really participating. So there is more information about that on our website too, or come and be creative. Let's brainstorm. This is, it's just me. It's one institute. There's so much we can do. There's so many possibilities. And so I'm looking for all of your great ideas on what could really help out your company or your workforce development. This is a brief agenda, or just an agenda overview. I thought that there would be changes, there'd be last minute things I'd have to announce. Turns out there's not. That's fantastic. There's also a poster over there. And we're going to welcome Noah. And you know what? The paper. Noah, I have a great introduction for you and for Dr. Coxell, and I don't have it in front of me right now. So I'm going to go a little off memory and say that Noah Jellison is our director of the Risk Institute at the Fisher College of Business here at Ohio State. He's in his first year here, but he has a heap ton of consulting experience in risk, and especially in our cybersecurity risk area with the corporate and consulting hat on. And Dr. Coxell is a professor in our electrical and computer engineering department, who has also been, he's so many awards, I can't even announce all of them, but some that stand out include MIT Innovator. He has patents. He has started a company called Data Anchor, which I think is his focus today, and just a wealth of experience. And we're so glad that he's here at Ohio State to help us continue passing that on to our students. So thank you.
Switch this on. Check. Nope, it works. Hi everyone, how are you doing? Clicker, sorry. I'm a hot mess today. It's okay. We're all good. Screen. There we go. Perfect. So yes, like Julia said, thank you. I am the executive director of the Risk Institute. I joined about 7 months ago. I came from EY. I was at EY for over 15 years total. Did a couple of years of Nationwide Insurance as well. But my whole career has mostly been in consulting and audit on the IT space and technology side. So most recently at EY, before I came over, I was specializing in emerging tech risk. So everything from AI, blockchain, advanced analytics, machine learning, and also I did a lot of compliance in the third-party management space. So a lot of like stock reports, so system organization control reports, not the security operations center, but so when you're trying to demonstrate with your vendors or third parties, we have those stock reports or ISO. You may be certified in ISO of the organization. So just the way of demonstrating that there's sound controls and processes. So done a lot of that. That's my background. So with the Risk Institute, we're really just like the Cyber and Digital Trust Center, our institute. So we partner with other institutes and centers. We've done some stuff with the TDAI. We've done some stuff with some other centers around the university. So a lot of what we're trying to do is really partner together and demonstrate the power of the thought power and the leadership and the insights that we can bring together. So it's great to be here and share those. So we focus on risk and risk management, everything from cyber to AI to geopolitical risk to climate change. And so we really collaborate and really try to bring insights and students, faculty, and industry leaders together to talk about all these things together. So most recently, we did a Chief Risk Officer Roundtable, and there are 9 organizations represented, and AI and cyber and privacy were the top risks on everyone's mind in that discussion. And so this is a very relevant topic. At the business school, would love to see more cyber embedded into the programs, such as the MIS program as well, even within finance and even accounting, because a lot of the consultants or the big four, especially the accounting firms, when they hire consultants, they're coming from the business schools. So the more we can educate students and especially here at OSU with that knowledge and that background, the more differentiated they are, the more talent, there's just you hear about the shortage in talents, especially in this space. So the more we can kind of be that kind of wheelhouse of talent coming out of the university, I think that's going to give everyone a bright future with those future leaders. So getting into the content. So, is this working? Not working. Or am I not smart? I can do it manually. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'm gonna talk about kind of what's going on right now in the world of cyber and privacy. So I kind of like to talk about those together. So really, we see that there's nothing new, brand new, but I think it's more about the transformation of what's coming, what's happening with what's already been going on. So a lot more ransomware attacks, a lot more because I kind of don't like the use of sophisticated, but a lot of more kind of more complex attacks and different ways of how these attackers are thinking and using the technology and the availability of like AI and ChatGPT and all the things that came out this past year. We see a lot of things coming out of COVID still with working remotely. And companies, especially in organizations, trying to figure out the hybrid versus in office versus fully remote models and what risks that those may bring to the table from a cyber perspective. And then also the number of threats are at all-time highs and the types of threats. We see the scope and damages and how successful the attacks are. We're seeing the increased numbers in those areas. A lot of focus on the third parties and supply chain. So as most of you all know, a lot of the attacks don't happen directly to the companies. It's with their third parties. And so because there's vulnerabilities there. So it's a lot harder to attack maybe the state of Ohio, but if you know the state of Ohio is doing business with this vendor and they have maybe some vulnerabilities, then that's where the attackers are going to target. And it's a one to many. So if they get into one third party, then chances are that stand up and mature your cybersecurity teams. I'm sure you've encountered just the competitiveness of hiring both new hires as well, or new students as well as experienced hires even. And just the human element of all this stuff. So we do a great job, I think, all together to protecting the attack surfaces, defining the protect surfaces, but then a lot of times it's the human error where someone's clicking that phishing email or someone is inadvertently giving access to someone because they're social engineering them, or lately there's a lot of SIM swapping going on, especially when you get into like the blockchain and crypto space with the ransom, especially tying that to the ransomware, where a lot of the attackers are demanding payment in Bitcoin because they can be more anonymous that way. And then even the aging workforce, so the generation, think about all the generations that are in the workforce right now. We actually sponsored and conducted some research recently, and it was focused on what's the cyber risk to organizations with their aging workforce. So especially with this, how fast things are changing and keeping up with everything. So the study showed that the older generations in the workforce are more susceptible to clicking on those things or presenting some sort of risk from that IT standpoint, especially with working remotely and then tying that to the training that's available and such. So a lot of considerations there. And of course, our favorite thing is the compliance aspect. So a lot of regulations, right? A lot of frameworks you got to figure out. And then here in the US, especially in July, the SEC, if you're a publicly traded company, you now have to abide by certain disclosure rules and your shareholder reports and your quarterly reports. So I'll talk a little bit about that here in a little bit. And then in Europe, they have this the NIS2 directive that will be going into effect, I think, next year with some additional considerations for the EU countries, but also if you're US and you're operating with EU citizen data and things like that, you also have to abide by the EU laws, just like GDPR and things like that. And then the number of breaches and some of the notable breaches this year. So MOVEit, probably the most widely popular one this year with over 1,000. I think the latest number is over 1,000 organizations impacted, 60 million individuals impacted. Federal agencies, private companies, publicly traded, well-known companies. We saw Microsoft get hacked their GitHub a couple months ago. T-Mobile actually had 2 breaches this year. Sony, and the list goes on and on. So yeah, there you go. So just there's tons more that happen, and they're happening every day. Just what couple this week, 23andMe got hacked, right? 1 million users, and data being sold on the dark web. And so I'm sure if we go and search right now on Google, there'll be all these other attacks that are making the news now. And then the cost. So IBM did their breach report this year and said the average cost of a data breach is 4.45 million. And then other metrics around just companies and organizations trying to automate and what that savings are. But so the number of attacks are increasing, the number of successful attacks are increasing, the scope and the damages per attack are increasing. So there's a lot going on in this space in terms of just the again, trying to protect everything the best we can, but then there's still, as we're seeing, that it's almost impossible now to protect all your attack surfaces. So what's driving? Like a lot of the drivers, like I said, speed and change of the technology and the disruption. There's the regulatory environment, the fragmentation of keeping up with things. So whether it's an ISO certification or you're being asked to provide a SOC 2 report, or you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that mean with the SEC disclosure rules and things like that? Or if you're operating internationally, what does that mean if you're operating with EU information or with that country? And the geopolitical developments. Now we're seeing a lot of like the war in Ukraine with the Russian attacks on the from a cyber perspective into Ukraine at the very beginning, and even some of the latest developments that have been occurring. And then still like coming out of the post-COVID world, and then just the demand on talent. So these are the key drivers of what's resulting in a lot of the stuff on the previous slide. And so from the speed of change, getting a little kind of double clicking there. So as we know, a lot more advancements in AI, generative AI right now, but then so a lot of the focus is on generative AI, but AI has been around for a while, right? So now it's more, we're going from generative to interactive AI. Organizations are leveraging AI, but then the attackers are also figuring out how to leverage AI to their advantage. So yeah, anyone can go on ChatGPT and have it help you write out an email to phish, and then you don't have to have a very complex knowledge to do it. I think what was a couple of years ago, there was a study in the UK, the average cyber attacker was 17 years old. The youngest attacker, I think a major high profile attacker, was like 5 years old. So you don't have to be we call these sophisticated attacks, but it's teenagers, it's kids that are, just think about, like, if you have kids, all the stuff they're doing on their phones and the technology that they're using. Like I have a 6-year-old, and I'm like, gosh, what the heck are you doing on the iPad? He's like, I can do this, and then it's like, wow. So kids they're growing up with this stuff now, and so it's very easy for them to pick up, probably more so faster than we can. And cyber attackers, criminals, they know this. And so to the extent, like, if you go, like, kids are now, you can go and easily get into the dark web, and that's where a lot of this recruiting's going on, where it's incentivizing to say, okay, show me what you can do and we'll pay you for it. And that's how a lot of these kids get into this stuff. And so if you we tend to think more so on the clear net, the internet we can see, so the things that are searchable, but we don't a lot of times think about the dark web and how easy it is actually to get into that and start learning about that and the risk, because all the information that's stolen is that's where that's a lot of times how you find out you've been hacked, is either the FBI searches and says, hey, you've been hacked, your information's out there, or you have monitoring tools or a vendor that's helping you monitor the dark web. And so, and then deepfakes, and just the speed of things. We have the IoT, we have 5G, we have quantum computing. So it's only, I don't want to say it's going to get worse. It's going to keep accelerating in the pace of things and how things are changing. So what we conceive today, what we know, and how once we figure out how to protect the new thing right now, there's always another thing coming up, right? And so, and it always seems like attackers are one step ahead, and so there's this chess game, right, of us staying ahead as cyber leaders or IT leaders, organization leaders, and then the attackers doing the same thing. To the extent on the dark web, there are groups and sites where they'll say, here are the weaknesses or zero-day vulnerabilities at these companies, or here's what we need to do so there's sanctioned an auctionable data out there that attackers aren't necessarily attacking and getting into the organization. They'll identify the vulnerabilities and they sell that vulnerability for the other person, the buyer, that then they're the ones attacking. And so there's a lot of things going on like that. You got blockchain and metaverse and the cloud, and then just the speed of mistrust and false information. And so, and all these tie together as you kind of think about how, like, especially going things to the cloud, you're expanding your attack surface, right? But then you're also relying on a third party. And a lot of times organizations, just from consulting, from my experience, a lot of my discussions of like CIOs and CISOs, there's a perception that, well, CrowdStrike or my other third parties or suppliers, like, well, I'm outsourcing to them, so isn't it their responsibility? Well, it's their operationally, yes, but the risk is not transferred. You can't transfer that risk. So if your vendor gets attacked and they breach your organization, well, it's your organization making the news, and not that, well, the vendor will eventually, but it's your organization and then you're to blame. So, so you got to kind of think about it from that perspective as well. And the cost of compliance, sorry, that's a little small, the global compliance and all the regulations. So the SEC, if you're a leader out there at a publicly traded company, so you now have to disclose within 4 days of identifying a material breach, you have to disclose that in an 8K, which is a special event disclosure report that's required. You also have to disclose your high level, what your processes are around cyber risk and cyber risk management, as well as you have to disclose what is your board doing from an oversight perspective, or what's their experience even. Do you have a cyber leader? Do you have cyber expertise on your board? And so the SEC is really honing down on that here in the US. And that's, it seems maybe a simple change, but something like that, especially if you're like a CISO out there or a leader in the space, like just determining what's material, even just by the wording that's in the SEC rule, it's very ambiguous sometimes, right? So what's material? Well, material is anything that would impact a reasonable investor's decision in investing in your company. Well, that's not really helpful, right? And so a lot of times we try to quantify that then, okay, what's that from a financial perspective? And then you go down the rabbit hole, right? And even so, like by the time you figure out if it's material, well, that breach has been happening for months now, right? And so there's also that thing. And then also, well, if we disclose that and we're still actively investigating that, well, aren't we giving some information out there about our breach that also makes us even more vulnerable and such? So there's still a lot of going on in regards to figuring out what the disclosure rules, how to actually comply with them, and what's the right strategy and move for companies. And then the EU directive that increases the scope of the sectors that kind of net into being considered in jurisdiction of the directive in the EU. So a lot ties to like GDPR if you're familiar and you work internationally in the EU space, and so a lot of changes there. And then just again the fragmentation. So with all the standards, so in your healthcare, HIPAA, credit card, PCI DSS, you have ISO certifications, SOC 2. And I get a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions at EY about, well, do I do ISO or do I do a SOC 2, right? And so ISO was kind of the more prominent certification, but then especially with the SEC and the disclosure rules, as an auditor, an ISO doesn't provide any assurance over the operating effectiveness of your controls. And so the ISO is a certification, it's a point in time audit. Ironically, it's more expensive a lot of times, but the level of assurance that you can provide to a third party or to an auditor, you're going to get that more from a SOC report. And so there's a lot of that going on in terms of tying into the disclosure rules there. And then you get into some of the privacy stuff and the Homeland Security stuff. And then of course, you have NIST 853, of which they announced the other day or yesterday that there's going to be a little bit of changes with additional controls and such. And then more EU stuff down there. And then here in the States, every state is starting to pass their own kind of privacy regulations from a breach and incident response perspective. So on the right, on your left-hand side, those are laws that have been signed, done within those states. And then you have active bills on your right side. And then there's a whole another list where there's inactive bills that could become active anytime soon, depending on those states and what's going on from an election standpoint. And so there's a lot of things like, so this really applies on how you handle data within those states, as well as if you're breached. Some states require, like, you have a timeline of 45 days. Some say, well, once you identify it, you have to report it or notify in a reasonable time. And so unfortunately in the US, there's not like in the EU, which has a like a federal level, it's really mandated at the state level, which creates more complexities, right? So now you got to figure out 50 different states complying with those laws and regulations, in addition to all the stuff on the previous slide. So it becomes a lot of fatigue on the compliance side. From a geopolitical standpoint, mentioned like the war in Ukraine, China tensions, all that plays into the cyber and privacy space, where you see state sanctioned, government sanctioned attacks. Was it MOVE-IT? Was it CLOP? Was the Russian group that they've identified behind it? And it's in there's so many resources from some of these countries and states going into some of these sanctioned attacks that it's really becomes a lot of just kind of figuring out what to do, and how do you tie that to your foreign policies and your relations and things like that, as well as from an organizational standpoint, figuring out, okay, who am I doing business with and how's that impacting who I do business with. And then other key drivers, again, mentioned coming out of COVID, as well as the talent pipeline, and then the economic uncertainty and pressures and such. So increase the tax, but then lower security budgets. And then also, well, budgets in general, I think, are increasing, but the percentage of what they're increasing is growing smaller and smaller, right? And then trying to fill that talent gap. So if things become more complicated, complex, and more advanced, well, then it's a challenge to just have resources that can keep up with that from an infrastructure, architecture, or even from the monitoring and operational standpoint. And then thinking about here just some of the trends of how organizations are kind of thinking through and combating or reacting from kind of being more resilient. And so zero trust. So there's the 0-day vulnerabilities now, where there's the zero trust method of figuring out. So pretty much don't trust anything that you have, right? And so treat everything as vulnerable. That's the latest of what a lot of organizations are following, and Emery will talk a little bit about that. More advanced monitoring, email security, phishing emails, like I said, ransomwares, thinking about all this stuff together. So all interrelated, and these are just kind of maybe view them as like leading practices or things to be thinking about of how to be more resilient with your cyber practices at your organizations. So a lot of this is kind of like, again, trying to stay that one step ahead. And so, Emery, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, thanks a lot. So thanks a lot for the great presentation and also the very nice introduction. Very quickly, yeah, as Julie has mentioned, I am a professor here at the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department. I'm also the founder of Anchor, which is formerly known as Data Anchor. We rebranded it as Anchor. And yeah, before OSU, I was at MIT. So one of the things that I got from Noah's presentation is that things are getting complicated, right? It's super complex, and like we're not necessarily making progress. We don't have a good handle on things. So like as an engineer, I wanted to take a step back in this presentation and maybe look at things at a more fundamental level, and like maybe build some understanding, categorize things, and maybe try to understand why we were unsuccessful in like handling all these issues that Noah has been bringing up. So I'm going to start from the very basic. Like as engineers, when we build systems, we use models, right? That's how we understand things. Like we build preferably simple models, and we add parameters into that model to be able to understand and to make the model interesting, so that it gives us insights into how to build the system. All right, so that's how we do. And typically what happens is we make progress. I mean, we understand things, we build, get more data, and incorporate it into our understanding. And at some point, we stop. For example, I mean, we classify things as very typical and degenerate. And as we improve, we tend to ignore the degenerate stuff more and more. Depending on what kind of a system you're building, your tolerance or your classification threshold for that degenerate event may be higher. For example, in an like an aeroplane kind of a situation, it's perhaps so much higher, but in typically it's say 99 point something, okay? So, we do that and we typically make progress, and that's how we build robust systems, right? But in security, it seems like we try to do that and things are getting worse, right? But why are things getting worse? Why do we keep seeing and we kind of put ourselves in a hopeless situation? So first, so there are two possibilities. Number one, we don't know what we are doing, okay? We are completely failing. Or number two, there's something fundamentally different about security compared to any other field in engineering that we have. So I think I'm leaning more toward the latter. Okay, there's something fundamentally different. Why? Because in most engineering problems, when we model, there's nature, which is more or less stationary that we model. And I don't care what happens. There are obviously some atypical situations, but today, tomorrow, or maybe like in the reasonable amount of time, my model will hold. The nature will behave the same. But in security, what happens is the players, or what I need to model is an attacker, all right? An attacker can change, and I cannot classify any event as degenerate. I mean, if my system has, say, a flaw, I cannot call it degenerate. I cannot say, hey, there's no vulnerability here, because that's how attackers work. Attackers kind of look for atypical events, and in the context of security, the problem is what we would call atypical events in an engineering design become typical events because it's being sought by attackers. And things get worse. Why do things get worse? Let me try to get a little deeper into that. So a little bit of basics and basic definitions here. I mean, Risk Institute preceded me, so let me start with what is risk, all right? So first off, for a risk, you have an asset, something that you value, okay? And in like most, computer applications, it's the data. That's your asset. But I mean, there are threats coming in every once in a while to kind of, attack your asset. And every once in a while, they find a vulnerability and the attack leads to an exploit. So what happens is, in an asset, in like a communication system, in a computer system, you know, there are two components to the risk. One of them is the threat. The second one is the vulnerability. So if there's just threat and your system is not vulnerable, you're fine. But if you are vulnerable and there are no threats, nobody cares about what you have, then it's also fine. But every once in a while, threats find vulnerabilities leading to exploits. Okay, so this is what happens when exploit happens. You know, big problems. Like, I mean, you lose your data, your asset loses its value, and so on and so forth. So let's dig deeper into, you know, the kind of risks that we are exposed to in information systems these days. Okay, so if you are my age, you know, like I'm revealing my age with this picture, we have been used to the times where we carry data physically with us. All right, so literally, yeah, you would take your data with you, you would plug the floppy into your computer, and you would open an application, and once you're done, you would take it away with you and leave. So in a setting like this, the risk is physical. I mean, the only risk I have is to lose physically the device that I'm carrying with me, right? But, you know, like obviously with the emergence of internet and, you know, like the information systems getting more complicated, we no longer live in this kind of a model. I mean, Rich would love this kind of a model because risks are all eliminated here. It's all on you to keep physically safe your data. But, you know, we are not in that world. If anything, things are getting, you know, much more complicated. So how so? So we want in this world to be able to store data anywhere and to be able to access that stored data anywhere. All right. It's a super complex problem, if not complicated. And when you have a complex problem, what you do is you layer, right? You layer the problem into different pieces and address different pieces separately. And that's what we do in information systems. We basically layer the problem into a bunch of pieces. It's by no means complete, but I'm going to give an example here. For example, I am a user and I want to reach my data anywhere. And, you know, like the problem consists of many, many different layers. A few examples are by no means, again, a complete set here. For example, I need to handle the access. My data can be on the cloud, on a server, on my whatever, some other storage device. I want to be able to handle the access here. All right. And, you know, I want to make sure that all these flows that are coming into the network are being routed in a stable fashion through the network. And I can add a few other components such as authentication. Okay, so that only people who are supposed to access the data are accessing it. All right, so there are different layers. And what happens is, as these layers increase, there are different protocols that are connecting these layers, what we call channels. All right, so one of the things that you may realize here is that as these layers increase, I mean, I'm interested in the paths between user and data. As these layers increase, as the protocols, as different requirements increase, these channels increase as well. And when that happens, the number of possible paths connecting a user or a person or a machine to data increases what we call exponentially with the number of layers. All right, it's exponential with the number of layers. It's exponential or geometric with the number of channels as well. So why is this important? This is important because, I mean, while a typical user picks one path between herself and the data, because of the vastness of these channels and paths, every once in a while, threat finds a vulnerability and it leads to an exploit. All right. So the number that grows exponentially is called your attack surface. All right. So the number of possible potential vulnerabilities increase with that number of paths. And as systems get more and more complex, things don't get better. And we know that these paths increase, and every once in a while, there'll be vulnerabilities in one of the layers here. And then once that happens, it will lead to a threat leading to a damage to your system, right? So this is, I'm sorry, I keep kicking this is the wave phenomenon here. So it's like, yeah. So that's the fundamental problem. Why then, like we are not getting in a better place. But why can't we find a fundamental solution? So that's the next question to ask. Like, I mean, okay, it grows exponentially. Can we find a solution that also grows exponentially, covering this, right? So to that end, I'm going to talk about the general typical architecture and typical philosophy of existing solutions that are supposed to protect your data, okay? So the typical architecture is more like perimeter centric. So it's, what does it mean? So there's this castle mentality. You have your data somewhere and you try to build, different layers, perimeters of protection around it, all right? So, to access, like if you look at every solution or almost every solution out there, it's about making that castle even stronger, okay? So it's what I call the perimeter centric approach. So, the idea here is that, okay, my data lies inside of the castle. Inside of the castle is secure. So I want to make sure that this castle is strong. And, like I have to worry about the activity around data. So what kind of activity there is, what causes threats to me, and I can eliminate those threats. I mean, one can, like from this kind of an architecture, one can see that, I have to worry about making that castle even stronger as those number of paths, as the attack surface increases. So I have to, my solution set grows as, like the attack surface grows. So it almost becomes a race between the attackers and and myself, right? To try to find ways to eliminate that, because I'm worried about the activity around data. And in philosophy, again, the existing solutions are mainly focused on how I can shrink the attack surface, how I can eliminate the most obvious, vulnerabilities that I have. All right. For example, let me give you an example of a firewall. Firewall is about controlling the flows that are coming into our network. All right. So what happens is the function of the firewall, depending on the threat vectors, is blocking specific ports, specific channels. So the idea here is that if certain ports cause a threat to me, I eliminate it. I block that port, and I don't let any flows coming in. And obviously, I'm shrinking the attack surface as a result. So, but this kind of, again, pointing back to the philosophy of like this cat and mouse kind of an approach. Okay, there's a threat coming in. I observe it, I basically analyze it, and I try to eliminate the threat, okay? So that's kind of the philosophy that we have. So what's the problem here? What's the problem with that? Again, as I mentioned, as I alluded to, attack surfaces keep growing, right? Attack surfaces are, as the systems become complex, I don't want to make it a race because the number of paths grow exponentially, right? And number two, which is not talked as much, is there's this notorious utility security trade-off. I was jokingly, so looking at the extreme case, I was jokingly saying, Rich would love that floppy disk approach because then all of the risks are eliminated. I mean, in terms of like the information system, except for the physical risk of me losing my data, right? But what about the utility, right? I mean, you as a CISO, if you kind of, advocate that model, you won't keep your job for longer, right? So it's not happening. Why? Because the utility there should be available. The user should not feel friction, because whenever there's a war between security and business, it's almost always the case that business wins, okay? People find a way around. People ask for these stuff to be removed from their devices because they are used to doing work in a specific way, and you're tending to change it. So people don't like it. So utility is also very important. All right, so what's happening with this race? All right, so where are we going? I'm not going to get into the details how I got these curves, but these are some simulations of a very simple 10-user organization. The point that I'm trying to make here on this slide is, don't just think of this as a one-shot thing, okay? So this attack and security, it's not a one-shot thing. It's not like, okay, there was an attack and it's eliminated. These attacks are happening continually. And if there's a specific statistics of each one being successful, as the frequency of these attacks increase, things get worse, all right? It's not a matter of if, it becomes a matter of, when, as the number of attacks increase, even for a small organization, all right? So what I show here is that, like, I mean, you can have a specific security posture as an organization. The curve on the bottom is for a relatively good. So, I mean, an organization that is impacted by, like, I mean, 1 in 1,000 attacks and 1 in 100 attacks. And eventually, as sufficiently many attacks accumulate, all right, it's a matter of time that you are going to, say, lose your data or get impacted by an attack, all right? So this philosophy of cat and mouse is not working. And people now started talking about points or thoughts where you assume your data is common commodity. Like, I mean, it's a matter of time, your network is going to breach. And in a perimeter-centric model, a network breach will become a data breach. And you should still, the question is, can you still protect your data even when it's stolen? Because it's a matter of time, not if, when it's becoming. I mean, one question is cyber insurance, all right? So you can eliminate some of the risks, but it's becoming difficult when you're living in this model, when your data is common commodity. Because if you want to get a cyber policy, all right, the amount that you will be charged will be the total amount of the total value of your data. Why? Because it's a matter of time. It's not like there's a 1% chance. There's like, as time progresses, there's like almost 100% chance. So that's why the cyber insurance policies keep, skyrocketing, keep going high, because it's becoming a matter of time. If I'm protecting your data, and if it's common commodity, I may as well charge you the total value of your data, right, for the policy. All right, so a quick summary. We have been layering security. Okay, so this is called defense in depth. All right, for example, you have your data at the core. So you have your network that people access, you have your applications, you have your storage. And what we have been doing is we have been building perimeters, layered perimeters around our data. And depending on where that protection comes, you basically protect a specific layer. This is what we have been doing, all right? And, like, defense in depth is about identifying the most common threats and adding layers to your, security infrastructure, okay? In the name of reducing the attack surface, all right? So this is perimeter-centric mentality, all right? So the next thing is, as Noah kind of pointed out, is this thing called zero trust, okay? So zero trust is, I mean, I've been talking about the architecture, I've been talking about the philosophy, okay? Slight change in the architecture and a slight change in the philosophy. You mostly use the same tools, but in a different way, okay? So what does it mean at a very high level? So in perimeter-centric model, you have this castle, okay? You have this fortress, and inside of the fortress is trusted. So you have all these authentications and everything to log into your network. Once you log in, you access the data, and you're pretty relaxed about how people work with the data. But make sure that, you make sure that, like, outside of the network is the no trust zone. I don't know what's happening here. All right, so probably I made the animation continually moving. But outside is no trust, inside of the perimeter is the trust zone. which is in contrast to zero trust, where, you know, everywhere is no trust zone. So there's no such thing as, because I'm inside the fortress, I can do whatever I want. So every request coming into the data will still be evaluated separately and will be a separate request. It doesn't matter whether that request is coming from outside of the network or inside the network. So that's kind of the slight architectural difference. It's not perimeter centric because there's no castle. And the philosophy difference is rather minimal in this case, all right? So, you know, everybody, especially large organizations and governments, is moving to a zero trust based model and making everything untrusted. So let me dig a little deeper into this zero trust thing. Don't know how much time, okay. Maybe I should speed up a little bit. So again, traditional security, perimeter centric. Traditional zero trust, I'm going to classify zero trust into two: traditional and non-traditional. Traditional zero trust, there's no perimeter. Each request is separately evaluated. But one problem that I would like to point out about, you know, this traditional zero trust, for example, at the network layer or at the application layer, is once you access the data, you have ownership of the data. Now you're free to, okay, I requested, every request is evaluated separately, but once I have access, I have ownership. So this access equals ownership is kind of the same way as traditional security, okay, with traditional zero trust. So the idea that, I mean, a little bit of solutioning beyond this point in the talk, the idea that we have is, how about make zero trust data centric? Meaning, can we break this equality between access and ownership? So that's what we did. And, you know, like, instead of integrating like in a security in depth kind of a philosophy, why don't we basically put the protection directly into the data itself? So making data self-protecting, all right? And there's no security boundary, obviously. And if you make data inherently protected, security can travel with the data itself, all right? And as a result, data theft becomes irrelevant. If you can have, again, at a high level, I'm not talking about the details here, but if you can have security inherently integrated into the data itself, as you collaborate, even when its data is outside of the scope of your organization, it remains protected, right? So it's, instead of having data stored in somewhere and access equals ownership, this time when you integrate zero trust all the way down to the file, data theft may become irrelevant, right? At this point. This is also zero trust, but it's baked all the way down to the data. One other advantage of this approach is simpler management. Because it's like, I mean, if your protection is around the network storage application, you need like full-time IT working on that. Like regular business person, regular business person have not like a context of how to manage it, nor do they have to. But once you have a protection integrated into the data itself, now you're putting the business person into the management of the solution. Why? Because they are the best people to evaluate who should access the data, where, and what kind of rules should be around it. And it becomes simpler when you involve business people in the management of such a solution, which is in contrast to the complex perimeter centric or you know, traditional zero trust approaches. Okay. So again, very high level. I mean, it's like almost magical when you say, okay, data protects itself, travels with the data, blah blah. So how do you do that? Let's talk a little bit about that. All right. So the problem is the access. Okay, I make data protected. Say I have a very strong encryption integrated into it, but I want to make sure that only appropriate people can access it within the appropriate rules, even when they have access, when they break the rules, or if, say, your organization wants, the access should be revoked even after the fact. So what kind of conditions do I require to achieve that? So there are three that I'm going to state here. Number one, authentication. Obviously, there are rules for zero trust. All right, so I want to give access rules. The second one, which is the complex one, is authorization, which means I should continually evaluate the rules and see whether they're broken. How can they be broken? For example, I have my DoD reports. I'm connected to the Starbucks Wi-Fi, which is a big deal, right? I shouldn't be accessing. That's one way of the rules being broken. Or somebody leaving the organization, taking all the company files on a, say, removable drive and running away with it. So that's also a rules being broken. I don't want that to happen, okay? So I should be continuously authorizing the rules, and I should have visibility. Who is doing what, where, at any given point in time with my data. So how are we going to combine the above? It is a talk by itself, so I'm not going to get into the details. I would love to follow up if anybody is interested. But just a high-level idea of it is I always liken it to entanglement. All right, so let me explain. So normally, just for the sake of the example, let's take like two things. One of them, your file. Suppose it can be encrypted or plain text, okay? Can be in two states. And your context, meaning the rules, can be in two states as well. You're satisfying the rules, check, or you're not satisfying the rules. Normally, what, classical solutions when access equals ownership allow is all these possible states to be, to occur simultaneously. But what I mean by entanglement is, let's limit the total number of states of the system to a smaller set. How do we do that? For example, we make sure that only these two possibilities are allowed. Inside, plain text. Whenever it goes outside, encrypted. I cannot have any other combination of these two states. So I'm, in a sense, state of the file and context, I'm, in a sense, entangling the two, right? When I use the word entanglement like in a as a quantum system entanglement, but it has normally nothing to do with quantum. It's just fundamental security, okay? So, like the entangle the states, combine the two, and that leads to the new paradigm. And when you do that, data theft becomes irrelevant. Why is this important? Network breach, as I have explained, is a matter of time. What you don't want is a data breach. Even a network breach, you don't want it to lead to a data breach, okay? Don't focus on the activity around data, focus on data directly, because that's what you want to protect at the end of the day. And you can basically make the rules and mentality more universal and basic because you're focusing on data, all right? So there are obviously challenges. Availability of data wherever you want, whenever you want performance, you don't want any friction added to the process, and so on and so forth. So those are the big challenges to achieve toward this data-centric approach to zero trust, all right? So just to wrap up, today I focused on the scope of security, why it's a fundamentally different and difficult problem, and like why we have been failing with this focus on the activity around data and limiting the access surface. And I have advocated a type of solution where security is integrated into the data itself, as opposed to activity around it. Okay, so main conclusion, bad news, we have shown all these issues that have been happening. And with classical approaches, it seems like things are not that optimistic. We'll keep hearing about all these, like issues. I mean, it's in the press. I don't need to even talk about that. But the good news is, like the modern approaches have the tendency to fundamentally address the problem, in the existing state of the art. So yeah, I'd like to stop here. And any questions that you may have? No, also for Noah, I think we are taking questions together. Yes, sir. So do you mean like quantum resilient, quantum computer resilient encryption, or quantum encryption itself? Okay, so the quantum encryption, I'm not an expert in quantum encryption, but the idea there is using like subatomic, phenomenon to protect data being communicated. So for example, if I encrypt data in transit using the, say, quantum cryptography, the idea is the attacker cannot eavesdrop without changing the state. So it's like almost obvious that it's being, interfered with. All right, so that is important, but like the application space is a little limited. I mean, again, to my best knowledge, it's limited to, like in transit data, and it's probably employed by organizations of certain size and above, and government. So, very promising, obviously, to have a fundamentally solid solution, but the applicability is a little limited in that sense.
I think it did, when it's achieved, it changed the dynamic of the type of attack. So we're trying to get into the system. Now, once they're in the system, you get the data, and then it becomes, if it's encrypted, where it's being, how it's being encrypted, then it becomes, the attack has become more sophisticated in that manner, how they get key encryption to get to that data. So increase the security.
Yeah.
Innovation.
There's, I mean, speaking of quantum, there's also this other dimension which people seem to be more concerned about, like our encryption, especially the asymmetric key methods are vulnerable toward, like attacks from quantum computers. So the challenge there is, even though like quantum computers grow or evolve slowly, the problem there is there's nothing stopping from a nation state toward recording everything that's going through a router. And as things progress, they can go back and decrypt it later. So that's a little bit more of an issue compared to, quantum encryption in transit. Sure. All right, we're done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Good. Well, up next, we are going to welcome Kirk Harith. He is currently the Ohio Governor's Mike DeWine's and Lieutenant Governor Houston's Cybersecurity Strategic Advisor and Chairman of Cyber Ohio. So some of you are very well aware of this, but I assured him that some of you have no idea what I just said. So he's going to give a little bit of an introduction about those areas. He's also on the State of Ohio Cybersecurity Advisory Board. His role spans coordinating and enhancing the state of Ohio's cybersecurity capabilities, working with local governments to prepare and remediate cyber attacks, and helping to build a modern cyber workforce. Kirk is also an adjunct professor of law, both here at Ohio State's Moritz School of Law and Cleveland State's Cleveland Marshall Law School. He retired as VP Associate General Counsel and Chief Privacy Officer for Nationwide after 32 years. Kirk served on the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Data Privacy and Integrity Advisory from 2005 to 2011. We have a rock star here, folks. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I don't know if I'm a rock star. I've lived longer than most people. And so I was just talking to Nate, and I try to convey, so it's not, I don't think it's anybody here's fault, but I planned a different presentation than the one that's out there on the board, which sometimes happens, right? So I will try to weave in a little bit of what I was going to talk about, and also talk about the state of Ohio's strategy. So first of all, shout out to Noah. I haven't seen him in many years. We work together nationwide, and Gordon back there. And we've got Kevin, and we've got Mark Bell. I've got a lot of friends here. So some of you have already heard parts of my presentation before. I will try not to bore. Please ask questions along the way. I sometimes have a tendency of like sucking up all the time and leaving no time for questions. So I operate best when I'm trying to kind of answer what you're interested in talking about too. So the state of Ohio I'd say when I've been here 18 months almost to the day, and started April of 22. Fortunately, I was able to come in under an executive order 22-7D, which lays out a fairly broad mandate to coordinate all of the cybersecurity capabilities across the state of Ohio. Didn't really know what that meant when I took the job, but I knew I wanted the authority. So at the end of the day, I think I've only had to use my authority maybe twice in 18 months. Everybody is very collaborative. Everybody wants to work together. Everybody needs to work together. There was just nobody really that sort of knitted it all together at the top. The governor had its realization late 21 because of an event that kind of the buck stopped on his desk, and he knew that he didn't have the experience or capability to manage it, and sort of brought me out of retirement. The program that we put together really is it started out kind of a 3 pillars, and now we've added a 4th pillar, just because of, again, you get in there and you start to understand what you need to do, where you need to prioritize. The very first thing we did was we created we got Protect the Base, which is the state of Ohio agencies. So the base is the the enterprise is everything that reports to the governor, including the limbo agency known as Ohio Department of Education, which still is part of the enterprise in some ways, certainly from an infrastructure perspective and a centralized services. So we had that, and then the second was luckily I came in at the very beginning of the development of a whole of state strategy, which is centered around the CISA FEMA grant. That while not life-changing money is enough to kind of get things primed. And really what it does is it augments a lot of the investments that have already taken place over the last 5-6 years. So, I'm looking again at Mark. He's the chairman of the Ohio Cyber Range Institute, phenomenal. And Kevin is the curriculum, education, training, cyber exercises. So it's a phenomenal jewel in the crown, and it's been around for about 6 years now, and we've invested millions and millions of dollars into it. And it's a centralized capability for training. It coordinates with regional program centers all over, which are higher ed mostly, entirely, I guess, all over the state. It also supports K-12 and tech schools, cyber programs, and it really is it's a cloud platform to do exercises on and training. And it's one of those things that if we hadn't built it, everybody would have just run out and kind of inefficiently spent their own money building it themselves or buying it from the street. The cyber reserves, the Ohio Cyber Reserves, which is militia, which is run by Craig Baker, is another evolving capability of volunteers. Anybody here? Yeah. So you got John, and I forgot John back there, John McCarty, from Ohio State. Oh, there you go. So, it's an evolving capability, and I'll just leave it at that. It's certainly maturing, and we're starting to put more responsibility on the back of that group. And then you've got ORNet, which is the ISP for the state of Ohio, for higher ed, for most K-12s, most local governments. Again, a great capability. You have a lot of visibility into what's going on at across the state. So we had this whole estate approach. We have this protect the base, and then the third part is workforce and workforce transformation and the cyber pipeline. And really, there are a lot of people already playing in that space. You've got higher ed, you've got Department of Education, the Lieutenant Governor's Office of Workforce Transformation. You've got things that have been happening at the Adjutant General's office. You've got kind of this broad array of work, and so my goal really is to be. I don't want to duplicate things, so it's to try to either find white space that sits between these capabilities, outside of them, or I'm a cheerleader, right? I probably once a week I'm meeting with some high school, tech school, and that's where I've sort of focused, is at that level. I'm not focusing as much on the higher ed, because I think OCRI does a good job focusing there. And I'm trying to connect people with resources and information, and again, cheerlead the kids who are some of the brightest. Many of you have probably met them. They are some of the brightest young people. Give me faith, actually, for our future. Sometimes, when times are not that good, they give me faith for the future, because they are so bright and they are so earnest, and they do want to make a difference, and you can learn from them. I mean, again, I'm a almost 62-year-old guy, and I know a lot, and I know a lot less than I know, right? So I mean, we all know what we know, and and I know that I know a lot about a little bit of stuff, and there's a whole bunch of stuff I don't know about. I try to surround myself with people who do it, and I ask them questions, and and they ask me questions. Sometimes I can't even answer them, but they are out there, and they are the next generation. Now, the fourth pillar that we kind of designed, really since December, I guess, January of this year, is around critical infrastructure. If we've got this whole estate process, which we call our Ohio Comprehensive Cyber Plan, and that is it's underpinned by a planning committee of a broad array of agencies, constitutional offices. Secretary of State has been part of that, Attorney General a little bit, counties, cities, K-12, and then on top of that, we've got an executive committee that the Adjutant General, myself, Public Safety, DAS, and then are part of, and we've created this plan. And again, it's the first ever whole of state plan that the state of Ohio has ever attempted, to the best of my knowledge. At least I can't find another one. And what we're trying to do is build centralized capabilities that'll scale out to the locals. On the protect the base, what we did early on, and the governor early on wanted me to immediately talk and work on protecting the locals, right? Because he was running for governor again, right? So he's talking to everybody out there, and they're all talking about ransomware attacks and malware, and it's an ace. Obviously, the previous presentation and others you probably will get today talks about the asymmetry of this battle. Divided we fall, and so I said, yeah, I understand it, I get it. We'll probably work concurrently with some other things, but I said, let's make sure that our base, our foundation, is as strong as we can possibly make it with the resources that we have, because we do not have unbounded resources either, and have more resources than I thought we had when I took the job, honestly. But still, it's it even pales in comparison to the resources I had available to me at Nationwide Insurance, which even they weren't. They suffered at times from attrition and lack of senior management focus and investment. So we did an assessment of the state. We assessed the state's centralized capabilities, the centralized services under the Department of Administrative Services, the Office of Information Security and Privacy, which Holly Drake, which is an alum of this organization of Ohio State. Holly and I had worked together for 15 years at Nationwide, and she came over and was my deputy at the tail end of this assessment. We assessed the state's capabilities. We also did sort of I'll say a cursory review of the connected tissues from the centralized services out to the agencies, and to find out whether or not that connective tissue existed and whether it worked well. And to some degree, whether there was, anybody on the other end of the line. And in some cases, there are, I would say, fairly mature capabilities at the other end of the line. In some cases, as in most large enterprises, they're woefully inadequate. So we put together we'll call it a 3-4 year plan. We put together the first state of Ohio strategy for the executive branch, I think, in Ohio's history. It's a flexible plan. We've already made some, I'll say, not major directional. I mean, we directionally we're on this. We've not changed. We're going in the same direction. We've made some tacks here and there because of information and kind of reality. Sometimes reality kicks you in the face. But generally speaking, we've got a 3-year plan now, 3 years left. Put it in place last fall. Holly and her team are executing on that right now. Nate Norris over there is one of her deputies, and we're building out a really good team. Anybody wants to come work for the state of Ohio, see me, or send me a note on LinkedIn. We're building a really good team, high-performing team. Engagement seems very high. And so that is going forward. Generally what we're doing is we've shifted from a compliance-based security model to one that I was more familiar with at Nationwide, which is a risk-based security model, right? You're never going to be 100% secure. It's impossible. Shouldn't try to even attempt it. And there are some places you can, but that doesn't mean that. I mean, there are some places you have to focus on. You're going to have more risk in some places than others. So we're taking a more risk-based approach. One of the things we've done is build a cyber risk committee. At my old company, we probably did risk to a fault sometimes. I think sometimes people kick things to the risk committees they didn't want to make decisions on. It was a kind of a place to analyze things and kind of mothball them for a while until you were ready to deal with them. So the risk committee idea is new to state government. And it really is, what we're building is a 3 lines of defense model. I found a culture that, and this is not odd for a federated system that doesn't have centralized IT, but I found a culture that didn't understand who was accountable for what. Everybody was kind of doing this. And so we've spent the first year-ish of the strategy kind of getting people into their lanes. The agencies are responsible for agency risk, right? I mean, they've got their applications, they've got their databases, they have their nodes on the network. Like that's not OISP and DAS's problem. Now DAS and OISP need to provide centralized services around vulnerability scans and incident response and endpoint security and things that are obviously and necessarily more efficient when you do them in one place. So it really is it gets back to this sort of collaborative teamwork that again, it existed in places and it didn't exist in places. And we're trying to get that. We're driving the accountability into the agencies for what the agency does, centralized services for what centralized services do. And then the third line of, so the first line of defense is the agency, right? They make decisions. They've got a big pot of money. They say, hey, my priority this year is X, Y, and Z. That's their priority. Okay, maybe it doesn't include security. Maybe security's the fourth priority, and maybe it should be the second priority. Maybe it should be the third priority. But we'll begin to have discussions when we do assessments on the agencies. We'll be able to have discussions around the risk that they have, and is it an acceptable amount of risk for the governor, for the lieutenant governor, for the director of the agency, and now this cyber risk committee, which is a group of senior leaders that sort of sits over the structure and provides transparency that in some cases was lacking before. The third line of defense is obviously audits. And in my old role at Nationwide, I had a very good relationship with our internal auditors, and we had a very high performing technology audit team that just kept getting better. Honestly, it got better, I think, the more they collaborated with us and we collaborated with them, just because of good information sharing. Audits always thought it was riskier. I thought ultimately whatever they found than I thought it was as the lawyer for technology. It certainly was always more extreme than the CIOs for the businesses or the enterprise thought the risk was. And so there was always this there's a negotiation around risk. But the first thing you got to do is get the auditors hunting down the right path, right? And helping them scope audits so that they can help you, help the whole process. And so we've got the audit teams from OBM who are kind of working now in concert with my team and a few other people to help scope audits that really align to this strategy that we put in place. I want to know if we put in a new capability. So Nate's we're putting in a new endpoint capability. He's maturing the vulnerability management capability. I know how well it works. I think I know how well it works centrally and distributed in the agencies. But we don't really have the means and the people to kick the tires, right? Auditors do. So when they're out there doing their audits, we would like them to check, on things that we think are working well. I want them to kick the tires. I want them to tell me, give me feedback. Has this taken everywhere where we think it has? And then give us a report back, all right? Give us feedback. It did, of the 25 agencies that we looked at, 18 seems to work just fine. 4 or 5, need a little bit of work, and there's still 3 or 4 that are, basically AWOL, right? So that's great information. Then you can focus on the 3 or 4 and put in place a plan to solve the audit plan gap and track it. Another one of the things, along with the cyber risk committee, another one of the things that the plan called for and that Holly has built is a governance, risk, and compliance operation. So, testing and assessing, and that team will work kind of hand in glove with the auditors as well, and we'll get more mature over time. They have just finished an assessment of all the agencies on I'll say a cross section of NIST 853. So it's kind of even and it's a kind of a cross section, cross cut between the cybersecurity framework and 853, and we're testing for some major capabilities that should exist, processes and policies that should exist. And the first brush was really a binary yes or no. We weren't asking for any, and does this thing exist? Do you do this thing? And if they don't do it 100%, the answer is no. And then from that, we are we'll come up with sort of a baseline maturity so that we'll know over the next 2 years, when we assess them every year, we will know, we'll have a starting point. So we know where we are and we know where where we need to go. And we know whether or not we're actually moving along the arc to where we need to go. And if we're not, then I have conversations with the CIOs and with the directors of the agencies. That effectively is my role. My role is to, and have conversations about data, right? I got a report here on your vulnerability management, right? And it's, well, maybe it's good. It's really good, And I appreciate the fact that you now, you do a lot of auto, patch pushes from Nate's team, because Nate can automate a lot of the patching can be automated now. Or conversely, your vulnerability management report sucks completely. And one of the reasons is that your team won't interface with OISP's vulnerability management team, who can auto patch probably 75% of your applications, and then take a lot of that work off your plate. Right? Automation is another key part of our strategy. We don't have enough people. We don't have enough money. We're going to automate. Right? I think most private sector and public sector are probably getting their head around that. Shifting back to the Ohio Comprehensive Cyber Plan, we got about $5 million from CISA for tranche 1 of the CISA infrastructure grant monies. And what we did with that primarily is we are building a program really at the Ohio Cyber Range Institute in Cincinnati that it's called the Ohio Persistent Cyber Initiative. That again, Mark is key in that, working closely with the leadership down there. And it is an assessment program. And what the goal is, again, is to come in and do a baseline assessment. We're working at the county level first, do a baseline assessment on the county's maturity, take them through 3 tiers of training, sort of the all associate training that we all kind of ubiquitously, most of us have taken many times. I just took ours for the state the other day. Actually, it's pretty good. And then the second tier would be leadership training, right? Leadership, as we all know, it's where the decisions are made. It's where the money gets distributed from. And that's, again, back to the risk. That's where the risks are either assumed, and they assume them either directly or by inaction. Inaction is a decision. I always used to tell people, not making a decision is a decision. You've decided to accept the risk, okay? Oh, no, I haven't decided. I just haven't decided yet. No. Is the risk clear? Is the risk cleared? Mitigated? No. All right. Do you have a project to do it? No. You have a plan to make a project? No. Well, then you've assumed the risk, right? And you will go into the risk registry book that our enterprise risk management team used to have, and it would go to the board. Frankly, it went to the audit committee of the board on an annual basis. Nobody wanted to be in the risk registry, which was a superpower I had. And then, therefore, if nobody wants to go in the risk registry, they figure out how to fix the risk. And it was never, again, I was never asking for totality of mitigation. Often, what I called the you're on the journey to mitigate, because some of these risks are impossible to ever mitigate. But if you put in place something that will, at least alert you that the risk has presented itself, that's at least part of the battle. So second tier leadership training, that would be, county commissioners, county administrators, and the like, treasurers, people who make the decisions around prioritizing where the money is going to go and what services are going to buy. And then the last tier, which I think is even last tier, is at like almost 3 tiers itself of technical training. There's technical training for the public sector teams, or potentially even their managed service providers, just to get everybody on the same page. So there's training and sort of a pregnant pause. I don't know how long that'll be, 6 months to a year. Let that all kind of gel and cook. Let them, get better, and then another assessment at the other end, which hopefully shows an improvement in their maturity, because that's the whole point of the CISA grant is to mature local government, state governments' capabilities in the cyberspace. Making it kind of more complicated is that the grant requires us to spend 25% of our money in rural areas. So I could spend all of my money probably in 3 or 4 counties and make them, really high flying. But that's not the point. The point is we're trying to raise everybody's boat, not equally, but we're trying to raise everybody's boat. And so when I say we are focusing on the county level government, there are about half of the counties that are classified as rural. And that is under 50,000 people in the county. So in a lot of counties, we're going to have to go really deep. We'll do the villages, the townships, we'll do K-12s, we'll do frankly, maybe even public water works. We'll do anything that is necessary to eat up that 25% of the money. And we've actually, at this point, we've actually segmented 25% of the funding just for rurals. So we're kind of tracking the finances on a rural and all other basis. In addition to we had a little bit of money left over. Some of the money gets creamed off for EMA. The Ohio EMA is running the grants, and the grant team gets, I don't know, 5% of the money or 2.5%, something like that. They get some percentage of the money to sustain their grant team, which makes sense because they're very important to face off against FEMA, which is, even though CISA sets the rules, FEMA is actually the administrator of the grant monies and distributes it, which has caused a lot of confusion. I think they've finally figured out who does what, but there was a real difference between CISA and FEMA initially on, the purpose of the grants and how to approve certain things. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. It was frustrating for those of us who were trying to write our proposals because they literally on calls were disagreeing with each other. But they seem in NOFO 2 to have worked out, at least visibly, the visible differences in their approach. And we just on the 6th of October put in for NOFO 2 a set of projects to build a cyber fusion center or team as part of the state of Ohio crime center out at the EMA bunker next to the Ohio Armory out on 161, and that will be actually in the TAG's basement. So part of the money is going to refurbish and modernize a part of the basement that will become a real fusion center between Ohio Homeland Security cyber teams, potentially not, well, so the guard, the regular guard cyber team, and then probably even at times cyber reservists. CISA will have the CISA rep, cyber intel officer will be there, and you'll probably see Spencer Wood, who's one of our CISA rep for the state of Ohio. He was long-term Ohio employee, most recently CIO for the Secretary of State's office. He may have a cube there. I dream of being able to even collaborate with local law enforcement, maybe some of the larger county law enforcement organizations, emergency management services. Maybe the FBI will float through from time to time, but it'll become a real fusion center. And I see that ultimately as a nucleus of what I'd like to call a joint JSOC at some point in the future, a security operations center that would link into the other fusion center in Cleveland and Cincinnati, and then potentially some other regional ones that we may build over the years. And then so there's that, and then we've got a grant. We're spending some of the monies on grants for security software and services for local governments, and it's not gonna be a lot of money. I think we're talking $6.5 million, which is not a lot of money. And we created a menu of services. We've been doing a lot of research on the most likely, what back to risk. Like if you're gonna like solve risk in local governments, it's ransomware, it's malware, it's clicking on fishes basically, and spear phishing and clicking on malicious email links, and so we've come up with a menu of services that we are preferring that they go for. Number one would be multi-factor authentication. They don't have that. We will subsidize that up to 80% for a couple of years. Number two, email security. Again, just get it out of it. Present itself to the local government employee to click on, because it'll be scrubbed right out. It'll be scrubbed right out and will never present itself. And then there's some other ones for some more mature areas. Endpoint, there's endpoint solution, and then ultimately one of them is a SOC as a service sort of solution as well for the most mature local government. Or I've been talking to some. There are actually some local governments that would be interested in combining into a sort of a federation in a region and getting a SOC as a sort of a managed SOC that would manage all of their networks collaboratively. Again, make their finite monies go broader. And so that's something that we may look at. Hopefully there's a project or two out there like that, because that's one of the things I really get excited about collective defense. And like I said, nobody has the ability independent of with their own resources of defending themselves today. And I think combining into some sort of collective defense is the best methodology. And then the third one is, well, we also, and then we do have sort of a flexible option. If none of those, if you already have all of those things, you can come up with something that fits our strategy, we will consider it. So that was something that CISA put in, sort of a catch-all. So it didn't look like we were telling the local governments what to do. And my comment was, I'm not telling them what to do. I'm just telling them what I'm going to pay for. And that's quite different, right, in my mind. So the third thing, we're going to do a .gov migration project. We're starting it actually with right now, and we're actually in the process of putting together we had about $300,000 left over from the first tranche, and we're going to put together a pilot. I'm looking for like 3 or 4 local governments. It doesn't have to be counties, who are interested in migrating from whatever they are today to a .gov domain. This is one of those things where politically we had to throw it in because CISA was, and quite say, if you don't have it in there, we're not going to approve your plans, but they kind of said that. So we put it in there. I mean, it's again, we're not devoting a lot of money to it, about $700,000, about $300,000 this year. I have no idea if anybody in the room knows what a .gov migration might cost. I can't find anything. I can't find anything out there, right? So it's like, well, it's just like, well, we everybody, they move their domain for free. Well, yeah, but they've all got, business cards and signs, and you got to change all your web properties. Every place where the current address exists, you have to change it, right? Everywhere, your email, everything. So it's not cost free. There is a migration cost anytime you're moving from one from one tool to another tool, or one set of software to another set of software, you're always going to have migration transition costs associated with that. I expect, I mean, we spitballed. I mean, I think some small governments, townships and such might be as little as several $100s, and some large counties might be tens of thousands of dollars. We literally don't know. And so we're going to try to do some here in the fall and into early next year, through the spring, where we can start to come up with some baselines about, if it looks this big, it costs about this. If it looks this big, it costs about this. Because we don't know whether $1 million is going to cover 200 entities, 100 entities, 500 entities. We have no idea. About half of the governments in the state of Ohio do not have a .gov domain, so we've got a lot of work to do. We've got well over 1,000 potential customers on that one. And then the last thing that we kind of came around is, as I said, critical infrastructure is something that became clear to me when I was just thinking through, even like at Nationwide, when I would work with the chief information security officer, we had a lot of kind of annual things we had to do. One of them was to come up with a worst case risk and try to control for it. And the worst case risk that we could ever come up with for probably 15 years was, the electrical grid was down, and we would lose untold millions of dollars a day. And how do you control that when you don't own, you don't control that end, you don't control both ends of that rope, right? You control the consuming end, you don't control the production or the transmission end. And so, again, back to part of my job is to assess the risk, I guess, of to the state of Ohio of a lot of things. One of them is critical infrastructure. So we've got water and wastewater. We've got electrical. We've got transportation. Transportation is becoming more and more oriented around smart transportation grids, and there's a lot of webification of cameras and sensors and trucks and roads and everything else. And if they don't secure those points, you end up with, and I'll tell a story that the director of ODOT told me I could tell the story. So I will tell the story because he solved the problem. So if you solve the problem, you can tell the story. There was a camera at a rest area up near Mansfield that the ODOT started getting like $30,000 to $40,000 a bill from Spectrum every month, or AT&T, I can't remember which. There's just massive amounts of usage off this camera, and it gone from, I don't know, negligible, pennies a month or dollars a month to $35,000, $40,000. And I have 3 minutes. All right. I told you guys, you don't ask questions. I'm just going to talk. So bottom line is that this thing had been, they had not reset the default password on this thing. It had been completely taken over. And there was a group of guys, or a group of people, it could have been women, who had turned it into a porn distribution site for the truckers who would come into this rest area. And you could actually subscribe to this, this porn channel at the Mansfield truck stop. And they were making a lot of money. They actually had set it up as a, they set it up as a business from this camera. I'm sure they do it. I'm sure it's probably a business model nationwide. But anyway, they had they not been really greedy, had they paid the bill for the web, maybe they would have been caught, but they didn't pay the bill. And at some point, some finance person said, this is getting really, we're getting charged a lot from this one webcam up in Mansfield. And somebody went up there and checked it, and lo and behold, they found that and they fixed it. And that actually did kick off a whole sort of, maybe we should check all of these things. And they did. So So, you know, I will tell you that the electrical industry is actually incredibly well regulated, takes care of its house through through NERC and FERC and Reliability First, which is the self-regulatory organization that covers the Midwest. The only group that kind of falls under that are these rural cooperatives who I spoke to last week at their annual meeting, and they are actually in the process of building out sort of voluntarily their own more enhanced cybersecurity program that'll be sort of a one-to-many. I think that they don't really compete with each other because they have their regions. And so it actually works out well. They can sort of build centralized services from the association and support the kind of the state. Water, wastewater, a little more problematic. I think in some cases that, you know, large municipalities probably run pretty well. There are, what did we talk about the other day? 14,000 or something like that, water, wastewater treatment plants in the state of Ohio. It's incredible. I mean, now some of them are just tiny. Literally, it's a church with a daycare, and it's considered a water wastewater treatment if they have a well and a septic system. But my point is that they do have a lot of work. The US EPA had ruled that part of the annual assessment of these or biannual, really, every 2 or 3 years, assessments of these water wastewater treatment plants was going to include a cybersecurity assessment or exam as part of each of these audits. That was attacked by several states and some large cities. Actually, it was a very partisan attack. Some Democratic mayors as well as some Republican AGs took that to task because it had not been promulgated correctly through the Administrative Procedures Act. They just issued a letter ruling interpretation of the Clean Water Act rather than going through the rulemaking process and actually amending the rule. It will be back. The EPA just pulled the letter back yesterday or the day before yesterday, I guess it was. And you know, we're still in the process of working with the water wastewater treatment folks. They do have a good centralized service through the American Water Wastewater Association. So what I'm just trying to do really is for the governor is trying to put pins in things that I think are managed well, and pin, you know, different colored pins and things that maybe we need to work on a little bit. And then maybe help. I do think we need a centralized capability to assess, you know, rather than every regulator in the state of Ohio building their own cyber security assessment program. I think we should build it one place. There's a critical infrastructure team at Ohio Homeland Security that I think I'd like to build it there. Let them assess, take the results, give to the regulators, be it PUCO, EPA. Natural Resources has a lot of flood control systems and dams that are webified, ODOT, and do that kind of more holistically. That's one of the things we're going to do. So that in a nutshell is what we are working on at the state. And if anybody has any questions, I think I might have 30 seconds to answer them. Yes.
I know only I can stop forest fires. Always buckle up. I don't drink and run. From 80% of your risk is human factors. It's the state to invest in educating K through 12. You know, reading, writing, arithmetic,
Sure.
cybersecurity. Like I feel like you have a heavy focus on patching, but like, you know, most of your attacks coming from other sources anyway. Where's your emphasis on educating the population, not making it tougher?
Well, actually, CIS has actually come out with a new. They've just, again, back to, like, we don't have the money for that. I mean, it's something I think that Homeland Security, along with, like, you know, we do these things usually when there's a disaster, right? It will take probably a big disaster to happen, a big cyber disaster, before the money starts to flow. Because unlike the board of directors that I had a more symbiotic relationship with, you know, the legislature is effectively our board of directors. And so the politics, I mean, the politics inside of a large corporation between the business, senior management, and the board is perverse in and of itself, and very, you know, fraught with politics. This ecosystem is even more so. So we will be making the argument. That's one of the things we're going to be making the argument about. It's a lot like the, school shootings. The physical security of schools is being dealt with through the school safety programs of building, better physical security with cameras and card key access and door locks that are automated and all that good stuff. And so I think that's a natural follow on. It's on my plan for the next biennium, which we'll start working on next summer. But CISA just came out with the first set of public service announcements 2.5 weeks ago. So you'll start to see that on TV. They're okay. I mean, I'm usually very critical of these things. They're snappy, they're they're modern, and I think they do tell in 15 seconds a pretty good story. So they're going to start doing things there. They're going to start doing web. They're going to buy web ad space. They've got a full court press. I mean, they've got more money than they know what to do with. And so at some point, we will have something similar, but it's really, yeah, I agree. I mean, human error is your biggest cause of any unauthorized access, leak, data leak, anything. I would disagree with you that patching does at a certain point have to be your job one, right? You're never going to have all patches patched, but there are patches that, that if they've been laying around for 5-10 years and you haven't dealt with them, you're just out and out negligent. So we're not trying to, our goal is not to patch 100% of everything. It's really mostly the criticals, the sub 5s, maybe the sub 4s. Let everything else kind of work out in the wash when you upgrade software. But it is coming at the federal level.
And I want to introduce Helen Patton. She is currently the Cybersecurity Executive Advisor at Cisco. Prior to that, she was here, the CISO at The Ohio State University for over 7 years, where she was co-founder of the Institute for Cybersecurity and Digital Trust. While here, she was also an instructor in information risk and security. Helen has additional experience as a cybersecurity leader in the private sector, including work in financial institutions. Today, she is representing just one of her many volunteer efforts as committee chair for the Cybersecurity Canon. Thank you, Helen.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Nice to be back. Thank you for letting me back on campus. I appreciate that. Julia asked me just to give you a 10-minute infomercial about the Cybersecurity Canon. So that's what I'm here to do. So what I'm going to do is give you a little background of where the Canon started, what the relationship is to ICDT, and then give you some ways of thinking about how you might be able to interact or use the Cyber Canon in the work that you're doing now. So that's what we're going to cover in 10 minutes or less, give or take. So what you see up on the screen is the website, which is the physical manifestation of what we're doing. If you're wondering how to get there, it's just Cybersecurity Canon, CANON.com, Cybersecurity Canon, all one word.com. You can look it up on your own phone. This started in 2013. So a colleague of mine, his name is Rick Howard. Rick was the CISO at Palo Alto at the time. Old military guy, by the way. So for all of you old military guys in the room, you will appreciate Rick's perspective. He's a voracious reader of everything, but including all things cybersecurity. And one of the challenges, if you work in cyber, if you all know, if you do, you'll know this, is trying to keep up with all the cyber shit that's going on. It's really, really hard, right? And so one of the things Rick wanted to do was to offer a service to the community, which was people who like to read cyber stuff, people who know good cyber stuff compared to bad cyber stuff, and offering this as a service to the cybersecurity community. So what Rick did was pull together a committee of people who agreed that over the course of a year, they would read 2 or 3 cybersecurity books, and they would write a review on that book. So when you come to the website and you see a book, you click on the book, you will see the review and it will tell you what's in the book. It will also tell you whether the book is worth reading. And I will tell you there are 5 books that show up on this page where the answer is run, Forrest, run. Like, do not read this. It's a waste of your time, right? Now, we don't publish those widely because the authors don't really like it, but you can click through here and find those 5 books. And that is a service as well, because our time is limited, your time is limited, and we want to give you good things to know. What Rick decided to do, because he's an old military guy and he's a football fan, is he modeled this after the Football Hall of Fame and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So once a year, the committee gets together and votes on books to see whether or not they belong in the Cybersecurity Hall of Fame. And if you see a book with a winner titled here, that book is in the Hall of Fame. And the criteria for the Hall of Fame is essentially that if you're a cybersecurity professional, if you don't read this book, there is a hole in your knowledge that you need to fill, right? Any cybersecurity professional, and by the way, the committee is made up of CISOs like me, folks who are in academia, folks who are in the military, folks who are in government. So there's a broad range of people on the committee bringing their perspectives into whether or not this is something a cybersecurity professional needs to know, okay? So you can go in here, you can look at the winners. Anyone want to guess what the first book entered into the Hall of Fame canon was? Cult of the, no, not Cult of the Dead Cow. That actually came 2 or 3 years ago. Anyone else? It's an oldie, but a goodie. Nope. Cuckoo's Egg. If you have not read Cuckoo's Egg, this was the first book entered into the Hall of Fame. Really interesting read, and really probably one of the first books that talked about what it was like to find a cyber event, respond to a cyber event, and discuss the human implications of cyber events. So really good read. That's the first one. More recently, we've got things like Countdown to Zero Day, and Nicole Pearl Roth's book around This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, which is about the buying and selling of O-days. So if you're really interested in the geopolitical implications of cybersecurity and how we get to where we are today, read Nicole's book. So these are the books. This is what we do. So how do you use this? Well, if you're a student and you're looking to get into the cybersecurity field, there are different genres that you can filter on the website. So career pathing is one of them. Leadership is another one. Cybercrime is another one. We've even reviewed novels, although novels are not eligible to be Hall of Fame winners, but there are some really great cyber novels out there. So if you're a student, you're trying to get into the cybersecurity field, you can use this as a resource. If you're an academic, if you're an instructor, this is something you can use within your classrooms. We do receive reviews from people who just want to read a book and give us a review. If you recommend a book for a Hall of Fame candidate, then one of the committee members will also read and review the book, right? Because what we want to make sure of is that the books are reviewed and recommended by people who are security professionals. Okay, so if you're not in cybersecurity and you read a book and you think it's great, definitely do a review. You can submit it to us. And if you really like it, we'll confirm that, yes, it is indeed a Hall of Fame winner or worthy of being in the canon. If you are a researcher, a lot of these books have well-cited references that can be used in your broader reading and understanding, okay? If you're in government or academia, or sort of outside in sort of public sector kinds of roles or the military, there is a lot of history that's going on in here as well too. So the thing I've been most interested in, speaking of crypto, we've got crypto books, but this year, one of the books that will be nominated for consideration is Traces in the Dark, which is about the teams that did crypto forensics on Bitcoin. So there's new stuff in here as well, just worth taking a look at. And the reason it came to ICDT is that eventually Rick Howard left Palo Alto, and Palo Alto didn't want to sponsor the Canon anymore. And at the time, I was working with Julia within ICDT. And so we reached out to OSU and said, would you be willing to host this on behalf of the community? So the answer was yes, obviously. And so we use this as part of our outreach as well. One of the things for you to think about from an ICDT perspective is most of the authors who are winners would love to come to campus or to come to Ohio and talk about what they wrote. Okay, so think about this also as a place maybe to get access to some of these authors to augment whatever it is that you're doing in your spaces. Okay, any questions on any of that? Then I turn it back to you. Oh, yeah. My book, but yeah. I didn't play the question. Actually, favorite book. Yeah, I liked Cult of the Dead Cow, for sure, because they're sort of my genre, my era. Code Girls was super interesting. So one of the things, if you're into diversity, equity, and inclusion in cybersecurity, most cyber books are written by guys about guys. It's just a thing. So I appreciated the perspective of Code Girls and the role of women in particularly World War I and World War II. I think we overlook that. So that was interesting to me. The thing that scared the bejesus out of me was Like War. So talking about the role and influence of social media on our cyber environments was particularly scary. And as we think about some current events that are going on right now, particularly relevant. So those would be my three, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Great question. This is actually one of the things the committee is debating right now. So one of the criteria to be a Hall of Fame winner is that the material is meant to be timeless. I think it's hard to judge whether something will be timeless in the future. So one of the things we're going to be implementing is going back and re-reviewing books that we've awarded and maybe retiring them from the canon if we feel like they are less relevant now than when they were first reviewed. So good question. We are trying to make the content universal and timeless, but time will tell. Yeah. I'm not aware of, if anyone knows, I'd love to tell me. I'm not aware of it. I will also tell you that this is only books. So one of the things the committee is also talking about is there are some excellent white papers and academic papers that should probably be included in this. On trusting trust, for example, a seminal white paper from way back. So we are looking at those things, and frankly, media is changing. So should we be thinking about podcasts or YouTube videos or, God help us, TikToks, right? This question of timelessness becomes more challenging with those kinds of formats, but we are looking into those things as well. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. As books are read, so theoretically, if the committee's doing their job, you should see an extra review or two come up every month. What ends up happening is, like all humans who are doing volunteer things, they wait till the last minute and you'll see like 10 books show up on the website all at one time. But it is continuously updated. Yeah. We will announce the Hall of Fame winners in association with the RSA conference, which next year will happen in May. So annually, we usually have 2 or 3 books that get added into the Hall of Fame. So just because they're on the website doesn't mean they're a Hall of Fame winner. If you see winner, they're a winner. Go figure. But new winners will get announced usually in about April or May of any given year. All right, I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
You bet.
I'm going to start introducing Brian as he sets up here. I'm so glad he agreed to speak. Brian Choi is jointly appointed to the College of Law and the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. His scholarship focuses on software safety. The challenge is constructing a workable software liability regime and data privacy. At Moritz, Professor Choi teaches patent law, intellectual property, law of cyberspace, and torts. His research has appeared in leading academic journals such as the Harvard Journal of Law and Technology, the Washington Law Review, and the Texas Law Review Online. Prior to joining Ohio State, Professor Choi was a faculty fellow at the Center for Technology Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania Law School. Before that, he served as the Director of Law and Media at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. He graduated from Harvard University and Harvard Law School. Please welcome Brian Choi.
Hello. Okay, so try to figure out how far to hold this. All right. Well, as I was walking into the room, I tail end of one of the presentations, they said, "Oh, we don't try to patch all vulnerabilities, right? We just try to do sort of a triage kind of thing." And so I guess one question I start is, how many of you think of legal risk as you're doing your jobs? Or yeah, some, but not a ton. Okay, so I think about liability all the time. This is where I've been focusing on this, and interestingly, right? So in the last couple of years, folks have started to, this has really started to become a hot topic. So Cyberspace Lawyer Commission issued a report saying we should in fact pass a law establishing that final goods assemblers of software, hardware, and firmware should be liable for damages if you don't patch known, or if you have for damages from known and unpatched vulnerabilities. And it's like within a reasonable amount of time. And then there's a question of what is a reasonable amount of time. More recently, in March of this year, the White House issued their national cybersecurity strategy, and one of their strategic objectives was we should shift liability for insecure software products and services. Companies should be held liable when they fail to live up to their duty of care, when this leads to bad outcomes, and bad outcomes is, of course, not defined. Safe at the same time, with the same breath, they say we should also provide a safe harbor framework. We don't want people to be too anxious about this, and it should draw from current best practices such as the NIST Secure Software Development Framework, or perhaps the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, right? Okay, so my question, and I've been thinking about this for a while now, is how do we actually build this kind of a liability framework if we in fact want to do it? And I think this is a question that's been on many people's minds, especially in policymakers in DC. We've been having a working group talking about how we can actually put this kind of a plan into action. Okay, so the operational question is, what is reasonable cybersecurity? When we say duty of care, this is a term from tort law being like the law of accidents, the law of injuries, personal injuries, and so forth. And when we say duty of care, typically, not always, but typically the term means reasonable care. That is to say, the ordinary prudence or ordinary care exercised by the reasonable person. Now, this is not a real person. This is a legal fiction. It's a construct to say the objective person. Now, imagine a hypothetical, a reasonable person, that person would behave in the following way. And now imagine, what would the reasonable person do in terms of cybersecurity? Okay, this is an objective standard. It's not a subjective standard, meaning it's not whatever you personally think this should be. It's what we as a society think that would be reasonable. Two landmark cases to keep in mind, right? You may be familiar with these already. The Wyndham case was a case from 2015 where the Third Circuit, so the FTC brings an enforcement action against Wyndham. They had basically no security. They were warned multiple times. Passwords kept in the clear, so forth and so on. They said, well, how can we know what reasonable cybersecurity is? This is, we're not sure. And the court says, well, you were basically doing nothing, so we're going to allow this enforcement action to continue. We don't think that was too unclear. On the other hand, a couple of years later, I mean, it's the same enforcement. FTC is bringing a bunch of these enforcement actions. They're continuing to pursue against a company called LabMD. LabMD also brings the same kind of challenges, saying, "Hey, we don't know what this means. We don't know what reasonable and appropriate security means." And the court agrees. Right? The court says, FTC has not given clear enough and precise enough guidance here, and so we're gonna toss this lawsuit. And so now the FTC's question is, now they're trying to go back and be a little more specific, right, in their in these kinds of guidances or enforcement actions. And so we'll see where that leads the FTC. And I know some folks are studying that at the moment. But in terms of thinking about duty of reasonable care, there's some proposals. So I have a bunch of slides here now. These are just academic proposals, but these are people also who have been thinking about this question of how do we define a reasonable duty of cybersecurity care. Charlotte Scheider is a professor of law. She says the judicial case law does not provide much guidance, right? They talk about cybersecurity, they might talk about a duty of care, but they kind of gloss over all the specifics. They say either it's a very easy case, right? Or they just don't really want to address it at all. Maybe industry standards, right? This will be a theme. Maybe industry standards offer a rebuttable presumption. It's not a guarantee, she says, but you should at least be doing something like this. And she settles on a kind of a two-part analysis, a static duty and a dynamic duty. What that means is there are certain things that you probably should be doing, right? Like complying with industry standards. That's a static, baseline level of duty. And then you should also be responding dynamically to threats or adversaries that you are aware of, right? It's not like you can just kind of rest on your laurels and say, oh, I've done enough. But if you become aware of threats, you should respond in a dynamic way. So she's trying to craft this kind of reasonable duty out of industry standards plus, some kind of ongoing vigilance that you would expect a reasonable entity to perform. Okay, Professor Shackelford, Scott Shackelford, and his team did a 50-state survey, right? All these states are also interested, including Ohio, and they're saying, well, we're going to pass laws that require some kind of duty. Now, what he finds is that the state statutes have a lot of divergence. There's not really any kind of discernible trend here as to how the states define what's reasonable. But where there is some convergence is this concept of a safe harbor. And Ohio is actually the perfect state for this. This is sort of the lead candidate here because we passed the Data Cares Act, where we said, if you comply with some kind of industry standard cybersecurity framework, we're going to give you a safe harbor from data breach liability. And in fact, what Scott finds is that there has been some convergence around either the NIST framework or the CIS top 20 security controls, like sort of the worst things that you definitely should be taking care about. And that if you do these kinds of things, then maybe we'll give you a safe harbor. It's not like a definite unanimous kind of a consensus, but it's a trend that he's identifying and hoping to promote and saying, maybe this is the direction we should go in. Okay. Bill McGovern up in Minnesota says, well, actually, again, you can in fact find a duty. It is discernible, and you should look to industry frameworks, right? So you can analyze a whole bunch of frameworks, about 14 of them, including NIST, including HIPAA, Graham-Leach-Bliley, a whole bunch of other ones. And he says, in fact, there's a broad sense of agreement about what the kinds of duties should be. You should perform some kind of risk assessment. There should be some kind of a formal policy in your organization. There should be a leadership position, right? Someone who's taking charge. There should be training. There should be audits and so forth. And that all these frameworks kind of agree about these basics. He also talks about, well, maybe there should be some architectural requirements. The three he mentions are access controls, encryption, and multi-factor authentication. And last, he says, well, if nothing else, we should certainly agree about worst practices that we should avoid. And all this put together gives us some kind of objective duty. Okay. And so what I'm doing today is, there's a lot of talk about industry standards, the NIST framework, and I want to kind of push back against that, challenge that a bit as to whether this actually gives us a legal standard of care that the courts could apply to create a liability standard. Okay. A couple critiques. Jim Dempsey wrote a blog post for Lawfare, which is a sort of a prominent policy site. His policy paper was apparently on the desks of every policymaker in DC around the time of the Colonial Pipeline and all those big attacks when suddenly there's a lot of interest in this kind of stuff. So cybersecurity standards, he says, are not performance-based standards unless they can actually be measurable. Right? He says, and we need to come up with better quantification of risks and benefits. He says, this is, if we want to have performance-based standards the way that the White House wants us to have, then we need to find better ways to do that. He says, that's only one side of the toolkit, one of the tools in the toolkit. He says, you should also have management-based standards. You should also have other kinds of standards. But if we care about performance-based standards, it's not actually a performance-based standard if you can't measure it. And so now the question is, well, how can we come up with better performance-based standards? Is that even possible in this space? Another response, Gus Hurwitz talks about how he responds to the earlier paper, Bill McGovern. He says he's not actually creating an objective duty here, right? All these industry frameworks, if you look at them closely, they're just subjective, do what you want, kind of choose your own adventure kind of things. And so it creates a subjective test. He's like, maybe that's the best we can do. Maybe that's actually what we want here. But he challenges this idea that looking at all these industry frameworks, doing worst practices, that this actually gives us something like an agreement, objective test that we can all agree on. Melanie Teplinsky, another person who's been studying the space, says, NIST Cybersecurity Framework 1.0 didn't really get us very far. Largely failed to generate effective cybersecurity. And NIST Framework 2.0, there's a draft, discussion draft that's been just released. She says it's not going to do any better, right? We're not actually going to move the ball here. What are we doing when we're focusing on NIST cybersecurity framework? Okay, so the title of my talk is NIST Software Unstandards. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. They seem like standards, right? NIST is the National Institute for Standards and Technologies. They're supposed to be expert at promulgating standards, right? They tell us whether an inch is an inch, right? Whether a mile is a mile, other kinds of measures, metrics. They've been doing this for over a century, and they're pretty good at it. But when it comes to software, they have these frameworks, right? These risk management frameworks. And what I want to suggest is that they don't actually do much. And maybe some of you are familiar, right? You've perhaps implemented these. So can NIST's frameworks establish some kind of reasonable standard of care or safe harbor that would give us some assurance about cybersecurity, about of preventing bad outcomes? 3 reasons for doubt, and I'm actually going to walk through these in reverse order, but there's a historical record of what NIST has actually done. There's not really objective metrics, right? This is Jim Dempsey's point. And these are just purely voluntary frameworks. And then at the end of it, I'll come back to this, is a centralized agency ultimately the right paradigm here, or is some other model going to be needed? Okay, let me walk through these in opposite order, actually, just because it made sense to me when I was creating these slides. This framework is a voluntary framework, right? In the document itself, NIST says, there's lots of folks who are talking about compliance, using this framework in a compliance sense. But actually, when you talk about compliance with the framework, that can be confusing. It can mean something very different to various stakeholders. And so you should not be talking about this in a compliance kind of a way. And of course, people immediately ignore that and they talk about, oh, well, I'm complying with this framework, so I'm good, right? Including, again, the Ohio Data Cares Act. I say, as long as you're kind of complying with this framework, we'll give you a safe harbor. Okay, well, why would that make sense? Why is it that it doesn't actually mean, the compliance doesn't mean compliance? Well, if you drill down, here's just one example. So the NIST framework has a whole bunch of functions. One of the functions is, planning, right? One of them is to respond to attacks or to vulnerabilities as you encounter them. So within respond, there's a bunch of sub-functions. The one that I've picked out here is that newly identified vulnerabilities are mitigated or documented as accepted risks. So the idea is, right, if you know about a vulnerability, you should do something about it. And the question is, well, what does NIST framework tell you about what you should do in response to vulnerabilities? So they say you should look to a bunch of these industry standards, and they collected a whole bunch. They're trying to harmonize a whole bunch of different standards, such as COBIT or CIS or ISO. The one I'll pick out here is NIST's own document, SP 853, which is one of the leading documents. And they say, look to provisions CA7, RA3, and RA5. Okay, they're all pretty similar. I've only picked out one here, but if you take a look at them, RA5 here says vulnerability scanning. The organization scans for vulnerabilities, and it says in brackets, you get to choose an organization-defined frequency or randomly in accordance with your organization-defined process, right? And then the last here, you remediate legitimate vulnerabilities when? On an organization-defined response time in accordance with your own assessment of risk. Okay, how are you supposed to do this? NIST recommends that you do this on a cost-benefit basis, right? Depending on your organization's abilities, you make some kind of cost-benefit assessment and say, well, we either want to be at, threshold 1 or threshold 2 or 3. Is anyone policing this? Is anyone saying that you have to do better because while you're a large organization, you have lots of resources, you ought to do more? I mean, not really, right? It's a voluntary framework. It's you choose your own adventure, right? And if you decide it's just not worth the cost benefit to you because you've made your assessment that it's just, well, hey, it's not a 4 or 5 priority security vulnerability. We're just going to let it slide, let it kind of absorb as the software gets rolled out with new updates. Well, isn't that your prerogative to determine, right? Okay, so my point here is you're complying with the NIST framework, right? Because you have a plan in place and you've determined that your organization defined response time is, well, we'll just kind of let it slide. Maybe 5 to 10 years, maybe 20 years, you don't know. Maybe that'll be okay. It'll be appropriate for these kinds of risks, even though we've known about these, right? Even though they've been published and anyone could exploit these vulnerabilities. Okay, how do we get here, right? So I'll go back in time about 20 years, and then I'll go back in time further. In 2002, Congress enacted FISMA, right? This is kind of in response to 9/11 and so forth. They're saying we should do better about information security management. And they asked NIST to develop a risk management framework. And so this is when this concept of RMF first comes out, and NIST responds, as they do obediently, and they develop documents that say, here's how we do risk management framework. Okay, criticisms of FISMA, and it's been revised a few times. Well, it's just paper, check the box paperwork, right? It's difficult to implement. Lots of agencies have not complied, right? They've done agency-wide studies and found that there's actually not high compliance among agencies. And it's partly because it's just challenging, right? Doesn't actually address software quality issues, right? Again, it's just check the box kind of thing, but it doesn't actually get to the heart of the problem. And then, in fact, if you measure, to the extent that we do have metrics, if you measure the number of security incidents, they've gone up, right, by a factor of 200, 1,000%, depends on your time window. But there's been a huge increase, so it doesn't look like it's actually been effective at increasing security or decreasing incidents. Okay, in 2013, nonetheless, right, NIST has been developing this kind of a framework. Obama wants to do something about cybersecurity. Congress stonewalls him, and so he says, well, I'm just going to issue an executive order, right? I'm going to go over Congress's head. I'm going to issue an executive order. We're going to direct NIST to develop a cybersecurity framework. We need to take some action, right? And says, NIST, develop this framework. But we're not going to give you any more money because Congress hasn't given us any more money. And then go forth and do it. And so what NIST does rationally is they take this risk security risk framework, right, risk management framework that they have, and they just adapt it for cybersecurity. So they do it right away. And now that's the regime we live in. Okay, is that the right regime? Let me offer some further thoughts on why that might not actually work. And I'll go back even further, right? What is NIST? Right? Have we thought about what NIST is as an organization? It's a non-regulatory agency, right? It's unlike other kinds of agencies that have enforcement power. All they can do is they can issue standards and say, well, we think that these are the right standards. Now, NIST standards are then enforced for federal procurement processes, right? So OMB, Office of Management and Budget, will say in order for the government to purchase software, they should comply with NIST standards. So there is a little bit of teeth behind the standards. But in terms of actually saying, hey, private industry, you have to comply with these standards, they don't have that kind of penalty power. They were established in 1901. They dealt with a lot of other kinds of, sort of regular, ordinary standards for a long time. About 1940s, they first started getting involved in computers. And then 1965 was a key moment where Congress said, well, let's reorganize NIST and let's figure out what this data processing stuff is, advanced data processing. We're going to let NBS, which is the original name of the agency, we're going to let NBC issue these federal information processing standards, or FIPS, in order to standardize how we do this. And this was, how am I doing on time? And this was done to reduce government waste, right? So they issue a bunch of these standards, and but it's not working, right? So by 1983, they are saying poor software development practices are already rampant. Management or maintenance of software is already eating up 60 to 70% of our government costs, and so they are now trying to do better. Okay, what do they do? What do these FIPS look like? And I'm mindful of time. I'm just trying to keep on that. Okay, so what do the FIPS do? There's some successes here. The low level stuff, right? So data storage standards, great. ASCII, really good. Geographic region codes, this is another thing that they had for a while. Great. This is really good at these kinds of problems. The other thing that they're really good at is, it turns out, is encryption. Right, encryption, and you can ask why encryption is sort of the exception. I have some ideas. It's a more contained problem. It's more mathematical. It's more verifiable, so on and so forth. And so, if you know DES or ACE, if you've heard of NIST FIPS, you've probably heard of it in this encryption context, right? And they're still, those are still alive and active. There's some kind of counter stories that you might have heard about, the Clipper chip. More recently, dual ECDRBG, where NIST stumbled a bit in its relationship with NSA. But on balance, right, it's been kind of a success story. I want to suggest less successful, less effective have been the other vast majority of the FIPS that they issued, which you may or may not be familiar with. There are a whole bunch of programming language standards where they said they tried to, initially with COBOL, they said, everyone's going to use COBOL. It's going to be the future. All these non-standard languages is going to go away because COBOL is so great. We're going to make it great by standardizing it. And the longevity of the language will make it, will pay for itself. And it turns out no one listened to them. Right? They kept wanting more and more different languages. Then they said, okay, fine, we'll do Fortran basic. We'll do a few more. And then eventually those efforts just kind of trickled out because no one was actually, abiding by the standard programming elements, right? They're always using non-standard elements. They're always doing other kinds of variations. So anyway, so eventually, right, they just stopped doing it. These standards took years to develop. By the time they were developed, programmers were moving on. And so C was the last one that they actually tried to standardize. Okay, the other sort of massive amount of effort that was that NIST did was in these software development lifecycle standards. They try to standardize documentation processes, planning, software validation and verification, maintenance, right, automated tools, a whole bunch of stuff that was really, really great stuff. If you go back and read these documents, there's a lot of knowledge and expertise that's been poured into these documents, but we don't really refer to them. And I'm guessing that we don't really abide by, most of in software teams don't really abide by the documents. A lot of it is kind of like waterfall type stuff or ongoing just a lot of planning. Just saying, before you put code, you should have your tests drawn out, right? But there's a lot of caveats to this too. They say, well, we understand that there's a lot of variation among projects, and so it depends, right? So even as they're issuing all this guidance, they're also acknowledging that they don't actually they're not able to control how software developers code. And so there's a bit of this preview of things to come, that there's already a sense that they can't standardize software development. Wait, what are the takeaways? There's about 200 published FIPS, but almost all of them were withdrawn after 1995, except for the encryption ones. They're extremely slow to develop. About 3 to 5 years they estimated for anything to go from initial conception to final approval of a FIPS. Worked well, I think, for specific narrow issues like encryption or these low-level data storage issues. But as you go up in the level of abstraction, as you try to control more of the software development process, they start to become more diffuse. They start to say it depends, and they're unable to define objective metrics, unable to actually influence, I think, real software development practices. Okay, so my point is, if that was the case, they put in a tremendous amount of resources, of labor, of energy into that project in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and they weren't able to make software development safer or better then, why do we think NIST is going to do better today? What has changed about software fundamentally? And I suggest nothing really has changed, right? Fundamentally about the problem. The problem is still just as hard as it was then as it is today. Caveat, I don't know if AI will change it, right? Will that make it somehow better? But I think in terms of conventional thinking about about assembling code in the way that we do, I think it's probably unlikely that NIST is going to be able to do something magical that it didn't do before. Could another agency do better than NIST, right? This is another question, right? Which is, NIST is a non-regulatory agency. What if it has more power? So could it be like DoD, have command and control and say, go forth and everyone shall, we're going to issue an order and then everyone follows, or everyone obeys. Well, DoD sort of abandoned this. They tried to do this again back in the 70s, 80s. They did it for a while and then they abandoned it. They said it's too expensive. And unless it's really, really mission critical, we're just going to do off the shelf software, right? We'll maybe do some stuff around the edges. But I think they've also backed off from trying to, do complete control of the entire process. And they're also trying to figure out how to do this. What about if you do sector-specific guides? Where you say, cybersecurity, software quality, all depends on a case-by-case, project-by-project basis. What if we actually do it by sector-specific basis? The FDA is struggling, right? FDA is also, if you look at its guidance, I think the most recent was 2005, and then they're trying to update it more recently for AIML. They're saying, well, we're not quite sure how to do this either. Let's continue to discuss about it. The FTC, a lot of folks are excited about the FTC taking more enforcement actions. You'll note that what they're doing is a case-by-case thing. They're not doing a centralized, pre-set, here is what your reasonable duty is. They're trying to cobble it together from a case-by-case basis too. And maybe they'll make some traction. Maybe they'll make some headway. But it's not kind of the kind of top-down kind of guidance that we would hope to get. Okay, last parting thoughts, and I see that you're trying to get me off the stage. This is where I think the most traction is currently today, based on the discussions that I've been part of. Derek Bambauer has a proposal. He said, let's start with the worst of the worst. We know what those are. Let's at least try to hold folks responsible if they're not doing the bare minimum. Right, and so he has a piece called Cybersecurity for Idiots. I think that's a good place to end this. And he said, I think this is getting the most traction. Actually, I lied. This is my last slide. This is my own self-promotion alert. I actually agree. I think that that's probably where things are going to go. I have so there's a lot of talk about let's professionalize cybersecurity or software development. I have a piece out that explores that idea. It would be a flexible standard of care, defers to professional judgment, to the experts who are actually practicing cybersecurity. And in fact, what that means is, right, like that if it's the worst of the worst, right, you're definitely going to know, everyone's going to agree those are bad practices, you should be liable for that. But I do have a caveat, so read the paper for more, but it's not kind of a panacea. It's not going to be, you professionalize and then all of a sudden the standards get higher. In fact, if you study like medicine, law, the historical professions, you'll find that it's not quite like you professionalize and then all of a sudden everything gets better story. So there's a lot more complexity and nuance to this. Okay, I'm done. Do we have time for Q&A or? We'll take one. Yes.
Regarding the idea of software being liable for cybersecurity quality, how does Sarbanes-Oxley fit in?
Yeah, so Sarbanes-Oxley is well, that's the SEC, right? So the Securities, I forget what the E is, Exchange Commission. They do have regulatory power, right? And they do have ability to create penalties. And so I think part of Graham-Leach-Bliley and all that, if you're a financial institution, they can bring more stick, if you will, like stick and carrot. So they can punish more. And so there, I think if you are, if they have an idea of that you're not meeting sort of their requirements, and they can certainly do more. And I think that in the financial sector, there's been a little better, or at least it's the sense that it's a little bit better than the average, right? That security practices are better. So perhaps that's an option, right? And maybe I should throw that into the list of agency models.
Kevin Mamula, while I'm doing so, he is the Associate Director of Cyber Exercises and Infrastructure at the Ohio Cyber Range Institute, OCRI, and also the co-owner of Uridio Corporation. Kevin is a cyber training and exercise expert and retired military officer with 30 years of experience. Kevin supports operations with nation, state, federal, state, local governments, public and private organizations for cybersecurity services in the forms of incident response, compliance and vulnerability assessments, and cyber hygiene education. Are we set up? I'll keep reading if we need time for here. And I think, Kevin, will you be touching on the CyberGuard as well? Ohio.
OHCR? Absolutely.
Beyond that.
Which one? Oh, OCRI as well. Yeah, absolutely. So it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure being here and being able to speak with you. I have three of my colleagues and friends up here. I'm also an Ohio Cyber Reservist. I'm just out of uniform because since I left the military, I'm a rebel. I just do what I want. I do want to introduce and have you guys say a little bit about yourself in brief. Sure.
So I'm Bob Pardee. I was part of the committee that researched how we would do all of this stuff and made a suggestion that, hey, maybe we should put it under Adjutant General's office. And what ended up coming out of that was the Ohio Cyber Reserve.
I'm John McCarty. I'm the CISO for OTEC. I've been in Cyber Reserve about 2 years. I left state government like one meeting before the topic of the Cyber Reserve came up.
Between you two.
So I'm Vimal Buck. I'm a Director of Industrial Cybersecurity at CDME, the Center for Design and Manufacturing Excellence at Ohio State. And I have been at Ohio State about 5 years and have been a cyber reservist, I think 3 years.
Thank you. So there's something that I do want to point out. Bob and I, and then of course, Mark Bell here through OC3 is where the OHCR and the OCRI, the Ohio Cyber Range Institute, was born from, those two concepts. And we took this forward all the way from a thought to fruition. Right now, the Ohio Cyber Reserve is at about 150, grows probably, I would say, on average 6 every month, and we'll hit our 300 mark as well. So very shortly. And the requirements for getting into the OHCR are really quite stringent. And these gentlemen will talk about, I'll do less talking, they'll do more talking, but it's really quite stringent. We're really looking for those gray hairs, people that have been in the industry for quite a while, standards that would be, greater than what you need to have a CISSP or whatnot, because the OHCR's core capability that we deemed through our strategic planning and our SWOT analysis is trust, right? So when we go out and meet with customers, we call them customers, but people in Ohio, they have a high degree of trust in the Ohio Cyber Reserve because of our experience and whatnot, and our high standards. And we'll when we get into the missions, we'll even talk about response and having incident response teams validated along the same criteria and the same methodology that Department of Defense, CPTs, cyber protection teams, and defensive cyber operation elements are validated to do incident response. So we'll try to be brief because we want a lot of questions, but what I want to do is read the mission, vision, and values of the Ohio Cyber Range, and then go into the 5 W's and the how, and then we'll wrap up. Maybe if we have a little extra time, each of us, we're very passionate about what we do and about making Ohio more secure, cyber secure, which is the vision tagline, by the way. That if we have an opportunity, one of those things based off of experience and observations, working with the community, we'd like to tell that story as well. But the Cyber Reserve, the OHCR, the mission of the OHCR is to provide cybersecurity capabilities to the public and assist, educate, and incident response within the Ohio organized militia under the control of the Adjutant General. Mark authored or did much of the authoring of House Bill 52, which made the OHCR a legitimate state agency. So it's actual state agency, not a project. Our vision, a more cybersecure environment for Ohio with sufficient cybersecurity workforce. And again, remember the tagline is a more cybersecure Ohio. And our values is trusted cyber expertise and leadership. It goes back to our core capability. Mark, since you were here, you know, from the floor up, if you have anything, let me know. Does anybody want to talk about any of those items that I just spoke of? Elaborate it at all? If not, we can go into it. Okay, awesome. So who would like to take the who? Who are we?
We are the Ohio Cyber Reserve.
Thank you.
We're part of the Adjutant General's Office, part of what's known as the State Defense Force, which is civilian attachment to the Ohio National Guard that provide various functions, in our case, cybersecurity related functions.
Yeah, to elaborate, you know, I'm sorry, I covered a lot of that, but to elaborate, we're SMEs. So nobody can be Gandalf, right? You know, one wizard to do everything. That doesn't exist. So we're SMEs in a whole lot of different areas based off of our experience. And again, we're looking for that older, mature, trusted, reliable, you know, commodity that we can bring in. And you know, there's been incident responses that the Guard has done where they had to rely on us because we had the experience in antiquated technologies that they were finding in the incident response, but that they couldn't handle. So they had to rely on us in order to deal with those types of things.
Yeah, another thing that we have done consciously is looking at when we receive candidates, do they have specialized knowledge in a particular vertical that would be an opportunity for us to build out our response capability and our education capability in that vertical. So if we don't have anybody who works in water and wastewater and we get a candidate that's in water and wastewater, we take a much stronger look at them, even if their cybersecurity skills, if that's something that we need to put them on a plan to build the skills to do the rest of the job. We want that breadth of knowledge in specific industry sectors that we might have to respond to.
Yes, excellent. Anything to elaborate on the who from either of you?
Yeah, so it's a pretty diverse group of people that are scattered throughout the state. So people coming from the eastern part of the state, a large contingent in Franklin County and Cincinnati and Dayton. And then so Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, and Cleveland are the three regions set up, but I think it's going to expand to the state. But there are people that drive down from Toledo to practice with like the Columbus region. So that's a lot of commitment. And then it's organized under the State Defense Force. So there's three different things that are kind of organized under the State Defense Force. There's a Naval Reserve, and then there's also a Military Reserve. And so the Cyber Reserve is also set up in parallel to those two different other groups that sort of already existed for the state.
Yeah, many may not know that the Adjutant General is actually a cabinet member of the governor's office. So they are part of the governor's cabinet, which allows us to have that cabinet level access to the governor's office. We're a peer of the National Guard. There's no hierarchy there. Okay.
I think the one thing you guys forgot to mention is we're all volunteers as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a volunteer. Now we will go into what's called a state active duty. We'll go into a state active duty authority when we do incident response and certain activities, because that we become employees of the state, of the governor, which gives us liability protections. Where was my lawyer at? So that that's quite obvious, I think, but otherwise it's all volunteer status. Thank you. So who would like to approach the why? Why do we do these things? And then we'll talk extensively on what the things we do.
I mean, a lot of the why is because you need to have this different breadth of expertise that you can't have at every agency, especially when you talk about K through 12 schools or local governments. You're not going to have large IT staffs that have the diverse experience that the reserve can actually bring.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us have just a commitment to our community and some awareness of what's going on out there and how those things are impacting our community. From my standpoint, I spent a bunch of time working with the Fusion Center on cyber issues, and I got to see how local government and local law enforcement and school districts were being impacted every day by these things. And I realized we need somebody to help these folks out. And if I know that we need that, and I know that I can do that, then it should be me.
So the other thing is that it's cybersecurity in general is sort of now becoming like a shared everybody's responsibility type of concept, right? Like you used to have like safety engineers or other things. It's sort of in a similar vein, sort of becoming now it's everybody's responsibility to do that and design it and engineer it in. So I think just educating people on that and spreading that knowledge is kind of a responsibility that is kind of the why.
Absolutely. So just to put a lid on that, it's important to know that the OHCR, and we'll talk about it here in a minute, but one of our missions, we actually have a queue of execution of this particular mission in each of the regions that's at least 30 deep, you know, as far as going out and taking. So that infers, without a whole lot of research, that there's a gap. There's a gap in capability in relation to the entire Ohio's cyber attack surface. The workforce isn't out there. The money's not out there. We're focused in the wrong areas, and you know, and we need to shrink that attack surface while growing a workforce to where there's a convergence. But that's why the OHCR is here at this point. Okay, excellent. So let's talk about the what. Let's talk about what we do. Who would like to start? Let's start from the bottom, or I won't say bottom, but let's let's start with educate.
So one of our missions is a educate mission. With that, what we're doing is really outreach. Some of the things that we've done with this is help set up cybersecurity clubs for K through 12. Helped do the Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So we've done a lot of outreach on security. The Educate mission also is coming out and doing what we're doing today. So it's just the community outreach.
Absolutely. So we want through one of the focuses of OC3, the Ohio Cyber Collaboration Committee, was to make Ohio a cyber center of excellence, and which means, you know, there was a lot of lines of effort in there too, of which I talked about, the OHCR and the OCRI, but we really wanted to change the culture. So we knew we had to get all the way down into kindergarten and then elementary school and start working at that point. So we have it, so we can change the culture in about 20 years. You can't turn a culture overnight. So those types of things, and I wish the gentleman that asked about what's going on in Ohio as far as addressing cyber hygiene in K through 12. This is part of what we're doing. You know, setting up the state of Ohio. John Wiseman through ODE had set up a cyber club in a box, basically, and we collaborated on that, and the OHCR, one of their goals is to be able to go around to high schools, and other clubs like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and so on and so forth, and set up these cyber clubs for promoting the workforce that Ohio needs in cybersecurity, and promoting cyber hygiene, so that it can permeate into the family and reduce the Ohio's cyber attack surface overall. Does anybody want to add to that? Excellent. Okay, so we covered the who, we covered the what, or we covered the why. I'm sorry. Let's go to the let's finish the what. That was the educate piece. Let's go into the assist mission.
So the assist missions, the most common mission that the Ohio Cyber Reserve goes on, it's kind of the bread and butter mission. We do more of the assist missions than of anything else. The goal there is to typically go into either a school or a small local government. We went to one in Franklin County yesterday, but the idea is to look at what they're doing against the NIST 800-53 standard and sort of basically do an audit of them and show, are they compliant with the standard? Look for the artifacts that are kind of called out in the standard, and see what they're doing. But the other part of it is, that's kind of important there, is that it does two things. One, it helps them kind of see where they're not meeting the compliance, but it also, we provide them then with plans and other things that other parts of the state have done. So it's kind of a sharing of resources. So we can kind of show them what other cities, what best practices that others are doing. And that can kind of help them get compliance, and then potentially a safe harbor if they get sued or anything else, to kind of show that at least, hey, they were doing something with 800-53. And the other thing it sort of does is it helps, at least what we heard yesterday was, it helps them when they're trying to get new practices instituted in their local government. It provides them with another voice, sort of to say, the Ohio Cyber Reserve came in, they audited, they said, we can't have social security numbers on our website or something, that's as an egregious example or something, but then it provides some other outside party that comes in and says, you have to terminate all employees, within a certain amount of time because the Cyber Reserve said so, because we're out of compliance with NIST 800-53, something that they might not be doing on a normal day-to-day basis, but now they've got another thing that they can kind of point to and say, we need to be compliant. So that's what this is. So that's kind of the what. The how is sort of, a team gathers. We go on site, we meet with their IT department. There were 5 cyber reservists yesterday and about 6 or so of their IT staff, and they sit through and they're able to kind of show all the different artifacts that they have and what they're doing. And we also sort of do audits of different processes and other things. Are they actually following what they're saying? And it's all confidential. All the data that we generate is destroyed afterwards. So it's not like one of the comments yesterday was that, typically when an external company comes in, they're trying to, or a consultant company comes in, they're trying to show, how they can help you and how bad you are. But the mission of the Cyber Reserve is sort of different in that we destroy all the evidence that we kind of gather. And it's mostly just to help them, it's on them. We touch base with them again after 30 days or so, say, did you address some of these deficiencies? But the goal is to kind of help them. And so the mindset's quite different.
Yeah. So philosophically, what we're out there doing, we're not regulatory, right? We're not auditing them from that standpoint. We are helping them. We're using a framework as a way to ensure that they're thinking about all of the things that they need to think about. So our focus is on them building their own cybersecurity program and making sure that it's a holistic cybersecurity program. And we're using those frameworks that way, not so much as an audit from the standpoint of proving that you're doing everything that you should be, but as a way to show you, these are the things that you should be doing, and you seem to be missing these ones.
Yeah, and just to also finish this one off is remember the core capability. So we get out there, we talk to these local or county governments or school systems, and then we build a rapport. which is extremely important. And then tactically, put my tactical hat on, we've already seen the terrain. If we have to go out and do an incident response, I already know how they operate. We know what technologies they have in the organization. We know how they use them. We know where they're most vulnerable. We know where their key cyber terrain is, and we can get on ground to work very quickly if the need arises. Okay. Last one.
Incident response. So we've spent a bunch of time educating people. We've spent a bunch of time going out and helping them build a security program. And hopefully this reduces the need for incident response. But bad things happen, and eventually we may have to get called out. So the way this works officially, and I realize that we can try to make it faster when we can, is the whole EMA process, the way that you would normally engage EMA for a tornado or whatever. So you've had a disaster in your area, you reach out to your local EMA, they go to the county EMA if they can't fill it, they go to the state EMA if they can't fill it, and none of them can fill really that role for cyber incidents. So it gets quickly escalated to the state EMA, who takes it to the governor's office, and the governor issues a executive order that places personnel on state active duty. Like he was saying, we get placed on state active duty. That gives us various types of protections. We have employment protection, so our own employers can't say, oh, well, your job's eliminated because you spent time doing this. It's very similar to the, if the guard gets activated, they have to, yeah, we're protected the same way. We're also protected from a liability standpoint. Okay, so what do? Well, we have a very formalized process. We've modeled this after the way that the guard has done things in the past.
We use cybercoms. We use cybercoms, TTPs, and methodologies. All they're unclassified. So we train just like a military cyber protection team.
Yeah, so we have that set of capabilities developed inside the Cyber Reserve. We have a bunch of individuals who have been through validation exercise to prove that they know their pieces of that, and leadership that is able to prove that the overall process and how to approach that in the middle of an emergency. So you're not designing your process on the fly, because that's when things get missed. So we've been through that, and then we continue to train that, and we continue to rep that, and we continue to build out capacity, because if you're a football team and you've got one quarterback and one halfback and somebody gets injured, you're in really bad shape. So we are continuing to develop that out so that we have more than one person. And I volunteered John to take over. So more than one person who is trained to lead that team, more than one person who is trained to be the network or forensics or other experts on that team. And we do regular monthly drills, and many of the months of the year focus specifically on drilling an incident response scenario.
Excellent. So I think, gentlemen, do you have anything to add? No? Okay. So the where, right? So who, what, when, where? When is simply, does anybody want, talk about when in brief? Because there's not much to talk about. As asked, for the educate and assist mission, we have many in the queue for each of the regions to do, both of those missions. And then of course with incident response, that's as the governor calls. Usually that call, if incident response is recommended by the state CIO, at DAS, the governor calls the adjutant general. The adjutant general gets to decide which forces he's going to apply to the problem. Okay, and the where. Well, it's really kind of the who is our customer kind of thing, and we kind of talked about that. That's the the local and county governments and even state agencies if necessary. It's not as necessary because they're pretty robust at handling their own house. But there's been a lot of private organizations and other that have asked us to, participate in some way in the educate assessment missions. And those are few and far in between. And those all have to be approved by the governor. So the one partnership that the OHCR does have that's very locked in stone is the partnership with the Ohio Cyber Range Institute. So, and now, if you remember, Mr. Harris, when he mentioned the OPCI, the 3 gateway trainings for the 88 counties, the Ohio Cyber Reserve is doing their assist mission in tier 1 or in gateway 1. So that's where they get that look and they get that assessment. So that is a formal relationship. At this point, gentlemen, do you want to take questions? And then if there's time, then we can step up to the podium and preach, or do you want to do that first? I'd rather take questions first.
Questions.
Is there any questions for us?
Kind of similar to kind of the last talk and tied in, I guess all these talks kind of tie in with each other. Understand we have to get all kind of state organizations up to a certain level, but what is I guess our objective goal to move beyond the pale? Because obviously NIST is not a catch-all for everything. So where do we go from there?
So that's you're everybody in all the previous briefings, and then that question tiptoes into the thing that I would preach about. And it's something to think about. Is compliance, what's the relationship between compliance and cybersecurity? Is compliance cybersecurity? And just think about it, because I have a very strong opinion about that, as you can tell. And I think we could talk about that. Does anybody want to answer more directly his question as far as bringing public organizations up to a certain standard?
Right here the other day, so I can't join you. But everyone with about 3 or more gray hairs has said to me at some point in time, well, my board or whoever I report to said I need to be the most compliant thing, not the most secure thing.
So let me give you a couple stories. I have friends in the jobs in a career that I've left a little while ago. One of the friends told me that everybody know what Security Onion is? Catch net flow for alerting things on the network. Can I borrow this? So it wasn't maintained, and somebody was coming in to inspect. It had 12 Cat 1s on it, which is a very, very, in the military, it's the very highest category of vulnerability. So he told me that he deleted them. He shut them down. So for the compliance check. So because by not having that, he only got 1 Cat 1, but he blinded his whole operation. That's where compliance can bite you in the rear, because people will take it as studying for the test. You're not looking at it holistically from a cybersecurity professional. And I could go on forever. The other one was, in a different organization, well, we're compliant. We have WIDS. We have a wireless intrusion detection system. Oh, great. What do you do? What do you do when it alerts? Well, every 30 days when we look at the, million logs in there, if something comes up, then we go back and find out what the bad guy did. It's like, that's not cybersecurity. You're great. You're compliant, but you're not doing cybersecurity. So the logs are right. Right. So we could talk about that. There's a lot of people that have, and I'm not saying compliance is bad. Compliance is extremely important. So when you do actual cybersecurity things, it it limits the things you have to worry about because it has strengthened your environment to the point where all I have to do is focus this limited amount of resources in this area because here's where I'm most vulnerable. Question.
I just want to clarify one thing. You were saying that all of you are volunteer in this program, right? But this program seems to be something very important because you go to schools and you look at their system. So what I'm thinking is schools, or for example, if you take schools or any organizations, you go and you go and check what they already have in terms of cybersecurity and all that, right? But that actually should be done by some consultants or auditors should come and check. So your job is actually important. Why is it voluntary work?
Well, because so one of the things that I failed to mention is that we are here to cover a gap in capability out there. And one of the reasons why we don't do private organizations necessarily, there's exceptions. It's called whatever, critical infrastructure, and whatever the governor deems as critical infrastructure. He has that capability. Is that oh, I forgot where I was going with that. So your question was, why is it in a volunteer status? Because we do not want, the only state out of the 50 states and 4 territories that where there is a government agency that can get paid to do things is because of California rewrote their code in order to allow that. We specifically go to great lengths not to compete against private industry, and we never recommend a particular brand of anything. We say, you need this capability. Here's your long list of possible applications. So we walk a tight line just aside of badness. so
compromise, ransomware, all that good stuff. And we talk about cyber hygiene and do what we can from our lane. We respect our lane and stay in it. I've known Bob a very long time, so hi, Bob. My question is, we've talked a little bit about the reactive and you're doing some proactive with the education. Out of kind of thinking about what you've seen over the last year in trends, what would be 3 things that you would tell those school districts to do today, tomorrow, to get their hygiene where they need it to be?
Does anybody got it? I have a good answer for that as well. No.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, the first thing is this assessment just to get an idea of where you are at, because if you don't know where you're at, how do you know what you need to do? And then there are some specific things once you have sort of a program in place. If you don't have a program in place, it's really hard to say that anything else is being effective.
So are you talking about in the classroom to the students or to the institution? Okay. Yep. So, well, suffer an incident and call your local EMA and run it up run it up the flagpole. Yes, absolutely. But in your program, the end state, your program is successful. If I asked everybody here who is a safety officer, who's in charge of safety, who would raise their hand? Literally everybody, right? Because that's been indoctrinated in you, in every organization. When you know you arrived is when you ask, who's in charge of cybersecurity here? And everybody raises their hand. So the point is that you have to start somewhere, like he said. And then you have to have a plan to change your culture. And then you will be successful. And there's 100 different ways to do that. You just have to apply resources to it, which no leader likes to do. Because it's not a profit center. If you think of it in that terms. Any other questions? Oh, you have.
Yeah, just to kind of add to that and to answer like the first question, like where do you go next, right? Like there's all these state resources that the state of Ohio has been investing in. I think the Cyber Range Institute is a mind-blowing like resource, right? So it is available to anybody that's a citizen of Ohio that can access this, and it's essentially set up or modeled after like a virtual training range, right? So it's a safe space where there's virtual machines, and it's being utilized not only by K through 12 or anybody else that kind of wants to go and practice on this. And there are labs, there are everything from, you know, starting from 0 all the way up to, you know, advanced labs that Bob is teaching entire courses in that kind of utilize multiple virtual machines that are kind of doing this. But that's a good resource, right? To kind of grow this capability, to expand it and get better at it. And then through the local RPCs and other stuff, where this entire ecosystem and infrastructure sort of being developed to kind of raise the entire posture of the entire state to be more effective at cyber threats and stuff.
Are you learning a lot from the incidents that you've been seeing, and can we generalize at all about the results from audits? I mean, like, what are common problems and what have you learned from the incidents? I mean, of course, I love your voice work.
Yeah, if you just look at the 20 CIS controls, you know, they all fall, all the big rocks fall into those, and they even prioritize those.
One of the reasons people are willing to call on us when they're having their worst day is because we have a commitment to not talking about it after the fact. And that builds trust, right? People are more willing to call you out if they know that, you know, and when I did that initial analysis, I looked at, do we put this under public safety? Do we put it under EMA? Do we put it under various other places? And if we put it under public safety, there are people there that might have a duty to act on things that they find in that environment that is not part of our duty, right? So we eliminated all the reasons that we could think of for people not to engage us. So unfortunately, yes, there are things that I have learned that I have taken back to the way I do my job in my day job, but things that I can share, no, there's overall trending things that we were able to do in our educate and assist missions. But specifics are kind of out of play there.
So not directly related to your question, but really related to his discourse, is that I failed to mention that all Ohio Cyber Reservists go through 2 background checks, so we can be in the schools and do those kinds of things and whatnot. And then many of us who are in the federal service or in some way, we still hold, you know, clearances from the Department of Defense, like I do. So we safeguard that information very clearly. But I'm here to tell you that if you just take a look, if you do a Pareto chart, they all fall right in lines with those 20 critical controls. It's very self-evident. Yeah, well, they definitely represent what's going on out there as far as.
Yeah, another thing that you should be paying attention to is the known exploited vulnerabilities catalog from CISA. Kind of transition to my preaching topic, which was how do you prioritize vulnerability remediation? I know a lot of people are still thinking of things in terms of, oh, this has a CVSS score of 10, so I have to be remediating that before I get to anything that's a 9 or 8 or a 7. The way attackers are using these things, that's not how they're using them. They are using chains of exploits. So you really need to be focusing on the 3 level 5 vulnerabilities, CVSS 5 vulnerabilities that they are using in sequence to do things more impactful than those 10s. So that implies that you need to be looking at cyber threat intelligence and basing your remediation prioritization on those kinds of factors. There's various ways to do that. That CISA known exploited vulnerabilities catalog is one part of that. There's, there are commercial services that a lot of people use. A lot of the vulnerability management vendors have their own and so on. So, but that's a clearer way to get more bang for your buck in remediating the things that actually matter, the things that are actually being exploited right now.
Any parting thoughts? The only thing I would like to emphasize is that compliance facilitates cybersecurity. It is not cybersecurity. So compliance is just a state of being when you're doing your active cybersecurity techniques. It could be it could be a factor of, four-dimensionally. It could be a factor of time, which employees are in the building at the time, which controls you have. If you think of it, in 360 degrees of a fob out in the middle of the desert, you have all these fortifications. You have these channeling devices so the vehicles can't have a direct approach through the entry control point. But if the entry control point isn't manned, and somebody's not paying attention with battle drills to do something as soon as they see something, you're not doing so. You're not putting that top on the cybersecurity. There's a lot of emphasis on compliance, and we tell our folks this all the time. That is important, yes, because it makes your job easier when you respond because you have less to worry about. But it's not everything. It's not, we don't have zero trust is so expensive to implement. Nobody's really going to implement it fully. It's just not going to happen unless you're in a skiff somewhere at the top secret level.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, excuse me, to all of our reservists here today. Appreciate your service. Thank you. And for sharing with us today, your telling us about it and what we can take back into our communities. Thanks. Okay. Notes for second annual includes play walk-up music. So add more water to the menu for lunch. I'm learning here. Thanks for being our first timers, the prototypes for the Industry Symposium for the Institute for Cybersecurity and Digital Trust. This is a little bit of a new experiment. We've done this in different formats before, but the first time this way. So you will be getting a survey. You will say, I want to help Julia. I will fill out the survey and click a few buttons. I'm going to go ahead and start introducing our next guest, Chris Abrams. He is joining us this afternoon as the Director of Technology at Jobs Ohio, which includes a strong focus in cybersecurity. He is no stranger to higher ed as he's currently managing the Cyber Defense and Forensics Lab at Tiffin University. While he will soon be transitioning out of that, they have retained Chris in an advisory role to support their cybersecurity programs. Chris also has 35 years of experience in IT and is a small business owner, having run his own company for 25 years. His experiences include working with the state of Ohio, law enforcement, manufacturing, as well as the healthcare field. So please welcome Chris Abrams.
Great, thank you. The 35 years in IT, it kind of reminds me of one of those slides I saw with a little floppy. Believe it or not, when you've been in IT that long, I started in that electronics engineering track way back in the day. And I was building mainframes and configuring things. So I have a floppy. I also have the big floppies. I have the removable media because we always wanted to hang on to that from a nostalgic point of view. And it's kind of a museum itself and part of our house that my wife does not like. So you kind of learn. And in the 25 years before I came to Jobs Ohio, and I'll get to it in some of these slides, it was such an easy transition for me because I'd been in business for 25 years. I'd sat on the other side of the table trying to sell products and services and you know, just everything to the other side. So when I decided to transition back to private sector, all my kids are grown, and that was our goal, is transition back to private sector. My wife has a good job, and this came along, and for the director of the technology sector, Dave Brewster is the managing director, and it just gives me the ability to do the exact same thing I've been doing for 25 years without the burden of trying to pay all the bills and all the, you know, the staff and the consultants. So it was a nice transition. My kids grew up, they, you know, have good jobs, 5 grandkids. So this was a logical choice for me. And I'll say it's been, you know, a challenge. We get to travel all around the state. One of the things that, you know, and this slide's important is there's a lot of people that don't know who we are, what we do, and they see Jobs Ohio and they think jobs. And, you know, the silliest thing I got yesterday, somebody sent me a link to a posting on LinkedIn and asked me if I had any into it. I don't think you understand what we do. We're the Economic Development Corporation for the state of Ohio. And we were founded in 2011 as a private nonprofit corporation. We're located in downtown Columbus. There's a little more than 145 of us, and the majority of us are remote. You know, so in 2013, we acquired the Ohio Liquor Enterprise. Move my little thing there. The Ohio's Liquor Enterprise. And I make sure on occasion I can contribute to my own job. So keep that in mind. And our goal is investment, job creation, retention, expansion, and the attraction. And, you know, when we look at the revenue that we get from this contract, and it goes past 2035, it was just extended another 15 years. That way we can make some of these contracts and partnerships that I'm going to show you. These are the 9 sectors that we focus on, military and federal. And the number one thing that comes to mind when you see this is that 1.2 million jobs since 2010. Now, we don't create the jobs. We create and offer incentives to companies to do that, to create, retain, expand. Maybe there's some capital investment for expansion on a facility, a plant, things like that. So that's where those jobs come in. There's not 1.2 million of us. It's what we contribute to help grow the economy in the state of Ohio. And that's our number one goal is to promote, you know, the well-being and health of the Ohio economy. This is just showing some of the wins that we've had. This doesn't even come close to what we have, what's in the pipeline, and how we do all this. I mean, you can see we've got a 20 billion CapEx in Intel. Everybody's heard it. They know that's us, and they're not the only one. You've got Sherwin-Williams, Gabe's, First Solar, and they're massive amounts of jobs, and that's how we contribute. And we offer different incentives. It could be a tax credit. It could be just capital investment, or, you know, a lot of these companies, they're not looking at us for grants. That's, you know, that's a little bit on a smaller scale. But all of these are new, and that doesn't even show you the ones you know about. You've got AWS, you've got Microsoft, and our regional partners are the ones that help us and help, you know, the local development, economic development people we have to be able to find a spot. So we all work with our 6 regional partners to make sure that not only can we find a suitable site for somebody wanting to come or has interest in this state, but is the workforce there to support it? And if it's not, or it's on borderline, can we create programs to support it and build the workforce? And that's going to be one of the messages I have. I have some slides that everybody I think has already talked about. And the goal today with cybersecurity, and it's a game changer, but there's also some little nuances I want to talk about, because a lot of the people you've talked to, they don't work directly or have discussions with the private sector. And that's all we do. We do no public sector incentives, nothing like that. We've seen double-digit growth in cybersecurity. That's a pretty impressive thing. And it does help you have to diversify in the economy a little bit to handle that. And what this is really referring to is just, we have companies that are eyeballing what we're doing in the intangibles, the cyber, the AI, how do we handle this? How are we handling it? As soon as that Intel contract got announced, every other state was keeping their eyes on us. And we are the only state that has this unique setup where we're a private nonprofit, but we have our revenue from the Department of Liquor. We're the only state that has that. And it's like guaranteed revenue. I don't think the sales of liquor have gone down. As a matter of fact, I think they went up. And this is one of the most important things about our cyber, and I want to cover that a little bit more later on. And, the same thing with the managed security service players in the industry out there. This is an important image for everyone, and it'll make more sense down the road. That's 37 higher ed institutions with cybersecurity programs. And the reason this is important, because it's not just a master's or a bachelor's, it's a certificate, it's an associate, it's a certification. And when you think about all of that, and I think Noah had it, one of the things on his first or second slide, and I left this in here. We've already talked about Cyber Reserve. Blockchain was legalized in 2018. Cybersecurity protection. I get the gist or the brunt of the software, the AI, the cyber, and Dave Brewster gets all the semiconductor and is just brilliant. But what's coming, because we have all these data centers, we have Intel, and all this stuff ramps up. But the thing that matters about this is our governor, lieutenant governor, have been leaning heavy into tech. That's AI, that's cyber. And, the lieutenant governor had 2 AI forums. And when you talk AI is going to be driving, in some companies, it's already driving cybersecurity, and they're building it into their platforms. It's not cheap to do that, but eventually AI is going to drive cyber. So it was important that, especially for us, that we acknowledge we have a great partnership and relationship with the governor and the lieutenant governor. And we're kind of agnostic, because our contract extends beyond any election. So if there was a change in administration, we're still protected. It's still about the economic development of our state and our economy. So I always like leaving that in there, because they are leaning heavily into it. This was one of the slides that's pretty much already been covered, because it has to do with the education, the cyber range, OCRI, cyber protection, preparedness, and everything that they had told you about. Having gone down to watch the Cyber Reserve in a red team, blue team demonstration, that's going to be one of the most significant things that this state will have done when they can get up to speed. Part of my business was working with exactly who those customers are: county commissioners, local municipalities, villages. And I can tell you, for the most part, they're not the most technical. As a matter of fact, I have, some sheriff's offices that they don't even have, they have to contract out anything IT related and their response time. So as this cyber reserve grows, it's a significant step in the right direction. And the fact that they get activated, which is funny, the Adjutant General's Department is where I started most of my technical career. I have the Gulf War medal ribbon, and I was never activated, but I guarded the front door for General Alexander, learned to do crosswords. But at the state level, they didn't activate us. We were actually the ones that activated the units back in the very first time we were engaged. So that, and even when the EMA building was built, we were one of the first ones to get the tour of it. It was pretty cool. But this right here, ensure cyber threats are a part of emergency planning. That extends beyond this. And I'll explain that in some of these other slides. This is the slide that matters the most. Myself and Dave Brewster, we're the private sector people. We're the ones going out and talking to the owners, the C-suite people about what incentives we can provide them. What do we have to offer? How can we help, these companies? Now, as you see, we have sat across the table with people running $1 billion company. And that's significant. And they don't need our money. We have incentives. We can give them tax credits, maybe some capital investment on expansion, or maybe we're looking to pull, one of their other locations into the state of Ohio. That, a lot of these companies, and I'll say it, we do make some investment in some of these, but like I said, as you look through here, they're all around the state. They're 100 million, they're $1 billion companies. They have a global footprint. Their biggest problem right now is talent. Talent. That's all we hear. There is such a gap. And I believe that one of his first slides was 1.3 million is a gap in talent. And so what's happening is it's actually greater than that, and this is just cybersecurity and managed security services providers. And it used to be you could specialize and have just a cybersecurity company, but what's really happened is you have significant companies that have a cybersecurity element or discipline to the company, a department. You can't be an IT company and not be able to service cybersecurity anymore. But there is such a gap in talent that a lot of these companies, they're approaching universities, that map of them, they're approaching them and in an effort to build their pipeline. They all have a problem. They have a gap right now that they have to fill. But they're being proactive enough to get out to these universities and say, hey, I have to be able to look at next year, 3 years, 5 years down the road, because we already have a problem now. So the management and the owners of some of these companies, they're taking it seriously. And that gap in cybersecurity and that talent pool is forcing them to look at it a completely different way. There are companies up on this list that they have federal contracts. It might be a military supplier or a contract, and they're required to have a 4-year degree. They can't get around it. And the last conversation I had with one of the big ones, they wanted to get that changed because cybersecurity can be taught. It doesn't require a heavy reliance on math. You can teach somebody cybersecurity, acceptable use policies, incident response, all of that can be taught. And what's happening is they're seeing in some cases a movement from people outside of cybersecurity coming in, because really incident response and finding a threat actor, it just a little bit of analytics, a little bit of research, but how you find those and how you look through the logs, and the cyber reserve folks know this. You can teach all that, but the problem with the universities or the companies that are just looking for a certification. The certification is nothing more than a validation of skills. You still have to have experience depending on what company you work with or what type of work you're going to be doing. And attending the OCRI down in Cincinnati and watching the cyber reserve team work was impressive. So I'm hoping when they reach capacity and they're able to get out there and support all these municipalities and local governments, it's going to be a game changer, because there's just not enough knowledge out there, especially in I deal with some of the very rural areas of the state at times, and their inability to respond, even for a laptop going down, changing a password and things like that, they struggle. So if a threat actor ended up on their network, that's going to be a problem, because it's the response to get there and remediate that issue. Malware is and a lot of these companies, they have a different specialty, and some of them are cybersecurity consulting companies. They're giant consulting companies. They have a global footprint, and their recs are off the chart. You might have one that has something that's not insurmountable, maybe 10 or 15 open jobs, but some of these companies have 120, and they're still trying to take that path of let's solve the problem permanently. So what are we dealing with when you talk about that workforce culture? A lot of these companies will tell you is what they're fighting against is what COVID taught us is we can go remote, and it works, and it did work. And now in cyber, you don't necessarily have to be on site. So those companies, they accepted that. But what the challenge is now, when you look at from a workforce, is I can work 100% remote anywhere I want and get a West Coast salary or an East Coast salary. That's just life-changing for people. And that's what happened. That's the lag from COVID, that everybody has the opportunity to do that. And the only way that an Ohio-based company can do anything about it, you have to incentivize them. You have to either come up to what they're being offered, change your culture, and just create a different environment that might attract some of these. But that's the majority of what's happening. So when you look at a workforce itself, they're fighting that very thing right there. And and the other thing, when you talk about K through 12, this was part of the AI forum for the lieutenant governor. That's vitally important. Any programs that you can get K through 12, if you can get a cyber program anywhere in K through 12, you're cultivating a new group of tech professionals, cybersecurity professionals. So that's vitally important. And it's really important across all of our sectors that we deal with. The more tech, if you know people that aren't in tech, get them in tech, because the money's there, the jobs are there. There's 2 million cyber openings, at least when you look at that. There's opportunity there. So, what we're trying to do is we get out and we talk to all of these companies, and this isn't even, a thimbleful of them. And our goal is, to try to build on the Ohio economy. And, that's the challenges that we're facing. It's not that, if somebody looks at some of our numbers and says, we think it's slowing down, it's really not, because the problem doesn't really start with us. We're trying to provide incentives to these companies to create and retain jobs. And the majority of these companies, they're not laying off. There are some here within the last year that have, you know, dropped some people, but there's always, you know, a method, especially in cybersecurity. There's such a gap, and this is just Ohio. So imagine what we're competing with, you know, in California or our neighboring states. And the other thing, you know, I could close on this, but the companies themselves don't have a we're not going to poach policy, because it's no longer an employer's market. It's the employee. It's that person looking for a job, especially if you have the degree, the certification, the validation of skills, you can almost name your price. So those are the things and challenges that we've been facing. And it's going to continue for the foreseeable future. You know, it's just what it is. It's tech. I grew up in tech. We've got semiconductor businesses that, you know, we're all dealing with. So that's our contact information. Feel free to reach out anytime. Now, we do try to, you know, engage in funding and sponsoring different events. You know, that is part of what we do here. We are tightly, you know, with Ohio X. We sponsor a lot of their events. And if you don't know Chris Berry or Ohio X, get connected to him. You know, there's just a whole, we sponsor a CEO retreat. We sponsor a CIO retreat. And of all of these things, they are all saying, and these are just Ohio CEOs and CIOs. So don't be afraid to reach out to us. You know, if you have something you want to put together that maybe we could, you know, sponsor, you know, help you put that together. So don't be afraid to reach out. Any questions? Well, that's too easy. Too easy. So, like I said, we're going to continue to keep moving. So, thanks to Julia for having me here, and we'll do it again.
I think up first will be Brooklyn. She is the president of our WESIS chapter here. That's Women in Cybersecurity, national professional organization for women in cyber. And Brooklyn, take it away.
Okay. Hi, guys. As she said, I'm Brooklyn. I'm the chapter president of WESIS. And a lot of people are confused about how to pronounce it. It is WESIS. It's abbreviated for like We Sisters in Cyber. That's what that is. So yeah, it's a pretty short presentation. I just have a couple of slides. It's going to introduce WESIS to you guys if you're unfamiliar. How should I? Is it over there? Sorry. Thank you. I should be better with the technical stuff. I apologize. Okay. No. Thank you. Okay. So like Julia mentioned, WESIS is like a national nonprofit organization. So as a chapter, we embody their exact mission. This is just from their website. WESIS is where the recruitment, retention, and advancement of women in cybersecurity happens. So again, the recruitment, retention, and advancement, as you can see on the picture, is really what WESIS is about, because even specifically at Ohio State, cybersecurity is not super like well known, particularly amongst women. So what we do at WESIS is we try to find people who might not be familiar, people who are maybe studying computer science but don't know about cyber. We try and get them, we try and like keep them in there and give them like a space and some solidarity. So that's what we're really all about. So this is just a brief overview of just kind of what we do. We do a couple of different things throughout the year. So one of them is workshops. We like to do technical workshops. So we do like the fundamentals of cyber, because again, a lot of the girls that and guys do attend our meetings. They're not, not allowed. But we do like a lot of like beginner stuff, because again, these are a lot of like CSE majors who've never taken a class in cyber, don't know anything. So we're trying to do really like beginner stuff and like basic things. So that's what we like to do. We like everybody to feel really involved and welcome in our meetings. We also have guest speakers. We can get people from both industry and from academia, and we have a lot of them come in. Sometimes we have like panels, Q&As, but a lot of companies like to do that, and our members really enjoy it. So that's something really fun that we do. We haven't done one yet this year, but we're planning on some. And then we also like to do a lot of social events. So we do like craft events, holiday, cookie decorating, like things like that, because again, we like to do the technical stuff, but as women in cyber, we like to get to know each other. And again, we're just kind of there to give each other a safe space, and we can like talk to each other and just kind of like get to know everybody. And again, just be really inclusive for everyone. So that's something we do. And another thing that we do is we attend conferences. So mainly we attend the WSIS National Conference. So again, WSIS is like an international organization, but there's a lot of different chapters within the different universities around the United States. And Ohio State is one of them. And so they have a conference. I attended it last year. This is my t-shirt from there. It was in Denver, Colorado. It was an amazing time. So what we like to do is we were able to provide some sponsorships to pay for our members to attend. So that's what happened with me. I didn't have to pay anything for it. The travel, the lodging, the attendance was all paid for through WSIS. It was amazing. We like to take a couple of members every year, depending on how our funding works out. It's a great time. Like there was just so many different people from, again, like academia, there's professors, different chapter members, students, everybody. There's a career fair that was really awesome. A lot of opportunities. There were one-on-one like mentorship, and resume things, again, large career fair workshops, and there were some fun like social parties with cute little snacks at the end too. So that's something that we really try to encourage our members to go. We really pride ourselves in being able to let our members go to that. So those are just some of the basic things that we do at the OSU chapter. These are just some pictures. So this is our Cybersecurity for Dummies workshop. That was this year. We were able to give our members canes, and as you can see, there are some men at our meetings. They are there. So that was really fun. I couldn't find the picture of me at the WSIS conference last year for whatever reason. So this is from 2021. We were actually, the OSU chapter was established in 2019. So we've been going the past ever since then, but got stopped for COVID. And then that's just the executive board. There's me, and then Julia and Nina as well, who couldn't be here today. But there's that. My last slide is just, if you're interested in knowing anything about WSIS or becoming a sponsor or maybe wanting to speak at a future event, you can email us at osuwsis@gmail.com, or you can just talk to me after. Thank you.
Thank you for I definitely want to encourage you to get involved if you want to, help mentor some of these students or provide a workshop or sponsor them financially to help pay for the amazing things they do. I'm a co-advisor, and I just absolutely want to support them. I'm actually, hopefully, I might be presenting at the conference in Texas this spring. Yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed. Next, we have Lennon Anderson, the president of our cybersecurity club here at OSU, which is thriving. I don't know if you're going to talk about the size of your membership, but sometimes when I say, well, at Buckeye CTF, you had 90 students participate. So CTF, capture the flag, hacking for flags and points, 90 students participating, which is, yeah, I was gonna say it was well over 100, but how many members are in the club now? I think it's like 140. That's too many. Never too many. Here, Lennon, thank you.
Hello. Wait for me to get the slides up there. Yeah, I'm sorry, Brooklyn. I have definitely been calling it YSIS instead of WSIS. So it's good to know now. Yes. Fun fact, in recent Zoom update broke screen sharing on Wayland. So if anybody's using Wayland, don't update your Zoom. Okay, so we are Cybersecurity Club. Basically, we're a student-run organization that teaches all things cybersecurity. Next slide. So I'm the president, Lennon. Mark, our VP, is not here. He has class, unfortunately. And Shannon, right there, is our treasurer. Next slide. So what we do, I kind of boiled it down to 4 main points. One, we teach through lectures, workshops, and industry speakers. We compete against other universities and also public teams and capture the flag events, as well as other competitions. I'm going to say CTF a lot. If you're unsure what that is, it's just basically a special type of cybersecurity competition. So I'm just going to say it a lot. Don't get confused. We also host Buckeye CTF, which is a weekend CTF event for OSU students as well as the public. And we build our own infrastructure with the cloud that gives us the flexibility to accomplish our mission. So the bread and butter of our club is that we host weekly meetings. This slide right here is a screenshot from one of our intro 2 meetings. This one was about low-level like software security. We also do a couple vulnerability disclosure meetings. So this one was about Log4Shell, which, as you probably know, was a large vulnerability, very public vulnerability that happened in December of 2021. In a Java library. It happened to affect Minecraft, which was pretty funny. So we spun up a Minecraft server, demoed the vulnerability, as well as had like a little competition for people to kind of take over the server, which is pretty fun. And we also, this is Steve. He's a retired now OSU employee, but he presents at some of our meetings. And we also, just to show that we have like industry speakers, so not only OSU employees and professors, we also have industry speakers from like Kudu Dynamics and Battelle, around the Columbus and also the DC area. And they like to talk to our students to offer them internships, but also just to talk about like what's happening in a real cyber job, not just like take my word for it as a presenter in the club, but like what's actually happening from employees. We also represent OSU in competitions and conferences. So here, this is me and a couple other students at DEF CON, not this year, but last year. It's basically the largest hacking conference held in Las Vegas. And we also send people to, there's a ShmooCon in DC. We'd like to do more of that. This is a screenshot from a scoreboard from a CTF called Hackasat. Hackasat's a cool CTF. It's hosted by, it's a space-themed CTF hosted by NASA and Space Force. And we placed pretty highly. I think we got 17th that year and out of like several hundred teams. Didn't qualify for finals, but in the finals, they like actually hacked a real satellite that was flying around Earth. It's pretty nifty. And this is us at ISTS 2023. That's a competition in Rochester, at Rochester Institute of Technology. This past year, we got 3rd place, but the year before that, we got 1st. We love to do that one. That one's a lot of fun. It's an attack defense-based competition. Next. We also host our own CTF. So as I mentioned before, we host Buckeye CTF. This is kind of our premier event. This happened just a couple weeks ago at the end of October, I think. We had over 90 OSU participants. They participated in mini games and they had food all weekend, as well as solving 46 challenges that we and some alumni created. In addition to the over 90 OSU in-person participants, we had almost 900 outside teams participating, which led to over 5,000 challenges being solved, which is pretty cool. A lot of people. We give out $3,000 of prizes, or we are in the process of giving out over $3,000 of prizes for that. And that's kind of our main event that Julia was talking about. And to prep people for this, we have our bootcamp CTF. So this is our like 24/7 like beginner CTF that we use to teach people, which I really like. This is how I learned a lot of my basic cybersecurity skills. It's formatted like a normal CTF that happens like over a weekend, but they start from very like intro challenges all the way up to advanced topics. And we like to give hints on these, and we do like example problems and meetings. This is really helpful for us. And this is one of the things that we host on our infrastructure that I think is the next slide. We also host our own infrastructure, and this isn't directly related to cybersecurity, but I think it's a good way to teach our students kind of real software development skills. It's a good way to put like technologies on your resume. We call our people that work on the infrastructure our engineering team, and they use things like Amazon Web Services, GitHub, Git, all that cool stuff to host our infrastructure. And I think it's really cool because you get to make things for your for the club that other students get to use in the future. So like Buckeye CTF, the bootcamp CTF, our website, we have a wiki. All that stuff is hosted by ourselves that we built. And so it's kind of like giving back to the next generation of students. And so that's all I have for you today. This QR code, trust me, it's not malware. It goes to osucyber.club. Here's our email, info@osucyber.club. I encourage you to join our mailing list, as well as our Discord. It's a group messaging service. And feel free to email us if you want to talk at a meeting or sponsorship or have any questions. So thank you so much, guys. Thanks, Ray.
These are full-time students. They are in class, they are doing homework, they're taking tests. They probably have part-time jobs and they're doing this too. So if you're looking for an amazing group of students, check out both of these organizations. And come talk to me as well. We're working on ways to kind of tie some of the student opportunities together between their extracurriculars, the co-curriculars, and the curricular program. I'm going to ask Brandon if he is ready. He is. We're going to keep moving right along then. Sort of staying on this kind of educational thread and focusing on our students, as well as our faculty and staff here. I'm going to introduce Brandon Williams. Are you plugging in or are you pulling? You're plugging in, go for it. He's a security engineer with Digital Security and Trust, a division of the Office of Technology and Digital Innovation for Ohio State. Brandon is the co-creator and lead of the Cybersecurity 4U platform. Brandon is the primary editor, writer, and manager of C4U. Brandon manages a team of 2 students to assist with the quarterly content goals. This platform has been utilized for both responding to immediate threats and to educate faculty and staff. Recently, C4U opened to the student population, allowing for a wider impact on the university community, which is why this is so cool. Previously, Brandon has held roles with Apple and Pfizer. We're glad to have him here at The Ohio State University.
My name is Brandon Williams. Very happy to be here in front of you all today. I deal with the Cybersecurity 4U awareness platform. Basically, it's a platform where we're trying to increase the engagement of cybersecurity in general, disseminating cybersecurity information to the university. I don't know how many of everybody in the room today is actually working for the university. If you do, you know how difficult of a task that is. We just have so many different walks of life that are here at the university. We have so many different, if you work at a place that has a central IT, you're going to have a different process than we have here. What works maybe for Med Center doesn't necessarily work for Central Campus. It doesn't necessarily work for even some of the branch campuses as well. So we have some unique challenges. We have everybody from, doctors to groundskeepers to just a myriad of people. And the point of the platform, I don't know how many people here have had a chance to check it out. If you haven't, c4u.osu.edu. Would really appreciate it if you gave us a check out if you haven't already. But essentially, with all these different kinds of jobs that we've got going on here, with all these different walks of life, all the different kinds of data that people hold, cancer research, development tools, it can be people's social security numbers, their grades. You can have the best tools, and we do have a lot of the best tools that you can buy in the market, right? Have a lot of those. The problem is that, all it takes is one person who doesn't know that they have S4 data, and they move it, copy it. They're trying to go from one device to another device. They leave it on that USB drive, and they leave that USB drive out. All of your tools, the nicest tools that you've got, doesn't make a difference then in that situation because they don't know what they're supposed to do. The other problem with that, if people are the key to this, is with AI and with some of the other tools that we're watching happen on a consistent basis now. I mean, on an iPhone with the latest iOS update, I think a minute 30 you can read into it, and it can create a reasonable facsimile of your voice, right? So think about what that could be used for. It could be used to, let's say my boss Roland is in the back there. If somebody was to get a hold of his phone, he had gone through that process of setting it up, theoretically, Roland could ask me to send him some Amazon gift cards. That's just with somebody's phone, right? Like that's not even an advanced tool. That's just a feature that exists in accessibility in iOS. So that's a hard thing to protect against. It's a hard thing to think about, especially when, you know, if Roland's asking me to do something, I'm usually going to try to respond as quickly as I possibly can because I like my job. So if people are pivoting away from attacking a specific, like a threat vector, or like if they have specific vulnerabilities, maybe they're attacking the actual people themselves. Maybe that's a weaker point. And if that's the case, if most breaches are happening due to human failure, as you can see up there, IBM's estimating nearly about 5 million is the average cost of a data breach right now. As you can imagine here at the university, there's a lot of different kinds of data here that could be, let's say, if cancer research that was really pivotal got compromised, I'm sure it could be way more than $5 million. So the problem with that is, like I mentioned at the top, if you have a wide kind of variety of jobs here, it's not, we don't just have like accountants here, we have all the different kinds of jobs I mentioned at the top. How do you get a off-the-shelf product that really suits that? It's really hard to. And believe me, we looked. KnowBe4, we already have a tool called Proofpoint. There's a lot of tools out there that can operate as an LMS. But the problem is that those are usually extremely expensive. You are having to pay for both the tool itself, but also any content. So year to year, you're paying another amount of money in that case as well. And so, you know, cumulatively, I think one of the tools that we had looked at was around 1.5 million. And I mean, most people do not have that amount of money to be able to spend on an LMS. And especially not consistently year over year. Like that's a really hard ask, I think, for a lot of, especially with budgets being what they are currently. The other part of it as well is the quickness in being able to pivot, right? If our email threat detection team notices that there's a particular kind of job scam that is happening with students right now, it'd be really hard to get a hold of KnowBe4, for example, and not trying to pick on them, just saying that that's a tool that's out there. It'd be really hard to reach out to them, get a specifically targeted to that job scam activity together, reach out to them and have them turn that around in a limited amount of time and then get it back to us and then us get it posted somewhere. You're probably looking at about a week. And in some cases, if it's a particularly nasty job scam, for example, which happens frequently towards the beginning of the school year, there's potentially people that are being compromised in that downtime while we're waiting to hear back from that vendor. So being able to have it customized to our needs, we can make a piece of content around that. We get the information from our email threat team. We take a look at it, C4U team takes a look at it, and we create a piece of content specifically based around that in order to be able to have that need met as quickly as possible. And it's about being, I think the term would be, thinking abundantly was a term that was used frequently with our old boss. And basically, it's trying to use the resources that the university already has. Because I think frequently the mentality in general is just to, all right, well, buy another tool. And in a lot of cases, I think if we really took the time to look at the tools that we had, we'd be able to use those to a better effect. And so we actually worked with the OSU mobile team, the same team that if a student can tell you the bus routes and everything else. We worked with that team on developing C4U to try to make it as accessible as possible, because they had to go through that process with making the OSU app as accessible as possible. And to that end, I mean, we have guiding principles that really cover the entire aspect of what we do, from making this content to choosing if we have rewards, choosing the rewards that we've got, and even providing the kind of customer service we've got. And we're talking about stuff like, as I mentioned just a bit ago, making things as accessible, and I mean that in both the literal sense of like accessibility, right? Making sure that screen readers can get a hold of the content. But I also mean making sure that everybody sees themselves in cybersecurity, because I think earlier someone had mentioned about, this is really an all of us thing. It's not just people who are, maybe in this room or who consider themselves a cybersecurity professional. It's everybody is involved in it, right? And it's allowing them to see that, because that's just, we have IT people that take care of that. I don't need to know anything about what's going on my computer. If I download something, they'll let me know, right? I think that that's the mentality that we're trying to kind of get over. So how do we approach that differently? Instead of, I think frequently people in the awareness role, we tell you what we think you should know. Like, well, this is the thing I really think is important. If you're really trying to change people's minds, and if you're really trying to get like a foothold into changing behaviors specifically, listening and asking more questions sometimes is, at least in our experience, has been more beneficial. Meaning, okay, so I can talk to you till I'm blue in the face, but what do you want to know? Are you interested in it? If your kids are using an Echo Dot, are you interested in what data is being sent back to Amazon? If you are a student, are you interested in making sure that your TikTok account or your IG account or any other kind of social media account you've got, are you interested in making sure that you don't get compromised there? Did you know that you can use Duo to be able to do that, something that you're already using for an OSU service? As you can see with that, we're kind of tying your self-interest. So my interest is, I don't want my TikTok account to be compromised, right? Well, I can tie that back to Duo, which I can tie that back to Buckeye Pass. And like, this is what I need you to know, tying that self-interest that somebody may have to things that we need them to know, right? The other thing about accessibility, trying to provide something that not everybody that works at the university has access to a computer. They don't. I'm talking about bus drivers, I'm talking about garden staff, I'm talking about cook staff. Maybe they got on a computer maybe once a month. That doesn't mean that they don't have a role to play. And especially with increasingly like these buses, all these different tools that, John Deere tools, all these things are essentially computers. Like there's just as much of a computer in some cases as, any current car or anything along those lines. So they have a role to play in cybersecurity just like all of us do. And so how can we make that more accessible from that standpoint? If you're not in front of a computer all the time, we wanted to make something that, again, why we worked with a mobile team, we wanted to make something you could get on your phone and get, if you only have 5 minutes, you're waiting for the bus, you're waiting for, the next thing that you have to do, making sure that you can have access to that whenever it's good for you, not when it's good for us, or like, I'm going to make sure you do this hour-long training and sit in this room just so we check the box, right? That doesn't really, we had an hour-long training. It's just like any other video training that you'd buy and you watch once and you completely forget anything that's in there. I think the thing that people most remembered of the old video training was that there was a character that looked like Spider-Man. That is legitimately every time that we talk about it, that's the only thing that people bring up. That's not great, right? Like they didn't learn anything cybersecurity wise. They learned really nothing from that. And who can blame them if they don't feel like it's relevant to their day-to-day, ultimately, right? So let's make these things short. Let's try to give different kinds of content. We've had podcasts that, we've cut either at campus or at one point in my house. We've cut videos and we've used outside vendors for some of those videos. And for some of those videos, one of my student employees has kind of chopped up some stuff, and we've used that as well. But we want all of them to be micro learning. We want things that, I can't tell you every single thing about fish in one 5-minute activity. And that doesn't even make sense if you really think about it. Like, nobody can retain that information, and it just makes more sense to, maybe from this perspective, you're interested in phishing. Maybe if you're a CEO or if you're a dean or something along those lines, maybe you're more interested in spear phishing or whaling. What is that and how does it impact me? But maybe if you're, in a student position, maybe you're interested in a different kind of phishing. So it's these 5-minute to 7-minute morsels of whatever this particular topic is. And also, again, with the video, you would assume with students specifically, we just opened to students this last August was the first time that we've been able to let students in addition to faculty and staff, which we're very excited about. But you'd assume that students would be really into like videos, or they'd be really into maybe the audio aspect. Frequently, I hear that people who are students are doing it while they're in the library, for example, or in another area where they don't have access to headphones. So they're knocking out the text articles just like, any employee or staff would have done. And in some cases, staff or faculty really seem to like the videos better just based on the data that we've got. But that's what it looks like. It's very bare bones in terms of like, there's obviously not a ton going on here, but again, you're thinking about scalability on a mobile device. So how can this look the same? And you can see clearly, like, this is maybe on the left-hand side is maybe the most new activity that we've got. And then maybe on the right side, that's an activity that based upon things that you've completed in the past. Let's say, for example, you've completed other cloud activities in the past. This is something that you may be relevant to you. Same way that like a Starbucks or Chipotle will refer you to things after you've had it. So like if I have at Starbucks, if I have like a chai tea or like a large chai or something like that, it's going to refer me to, well, we've got this pumpkin spice chai, right? It's the same idea here. Like you like this cloud activity, maybe you'll like this other cloud activity that's somewhat related. It's using that same mentality that a lot of those companies use because we've studied them, as well as our development team had gone through a golden thread activity with Apple. They flew out to Cupertino and went through that process. But it's just seeing what works in other non-cybersecurity world things, like actual things that move the needle with the average person, and then kind of again attaching what we want these people to know to that. So to that end, we can have great content, we can have great like a very accessible device, but especially there's a requirement for employees and faculty and staff. There's no such thing for students. Student employees, yes, they have a requirement as well, but students, there is no such thing. So in both cases, even if there is a requirement, in our experience, that doesn't mean that people are completing the training that they're supposed to complete. So if you can't use the stick, what's the carrot? And for us, we try to get high quality rewards. There was a time pre-COVID where we had actually physical rewards. We had t-shirts. Reg back there in the back has a pullover that we had that was the top level prize that we've got. Looks great. People still want it. The problem is shipping. And when I came on board the team, it was the platform wasn't in effect yet, but it was a thought to try to do some physical rewards. And I was concerned about our ability to be able to like store these things and get them to where they needed to get to. In a pre-COVID world, that made more sense, and we were able to execute it pretty well. We could send it to different parts on this campus as well as the auxiliary campuses. But in post-COVID world, I mean, it costs a full-time employee to try to ship out rewards every year. So that's not really feasible. So how can we pivot? We tried to focus on digital rewards. So we partnered with Malwarebytes. We partnered with Yubico to get YubiKeys for the platform. And in both cases, tried to explain, like, why would someone want a a security key. What is that? What benefit does that? Well, if you ever leave your phone at home, you don't have to turn around necessarily. You could use the security key to be able to knock it out. Or if you like having that parity of, I don't want anything from work on my personal device, that's another reason why a security key would work. And we have an activity that explains that. And then we have the YubiKey as a reward. That just helps, like, okay, we've explained what this is, and now we've got the thing here for you to be able to use. Same deal with Malwarebytes. There are some complications, again, post-COVID and in our current time, which kind of leads us to the challenges with building an environment that is like this. So we are building all of this content. Myself, for a period of time, I was when we first started off with the platform, there was 4 of us working on it. So there would be 4 people that were helping upload things to the platform. There would be 4 people helping to write things, edit things. We have a pretty stringent editorial process to make sure that everything that's being said is the right thing, and that we're saying it in a way that makes sense to the widest breadth of people. Again, post-COVID, there were other priorities that came up. So it kind of whittled down to the point where it was just me working on the platform, uploading content, writing content, editing everything, working with outside parties to think of ideas. We now have 2 student employees that report to me, but content sustainability when you're creating 50 to 60 activities a year is really difficult. And that's why it's, so expensive to go outside the university and look at some of these vendors, because they are creating that content at that high volume. It's also a matter of trying to keep things relevant, because, I'm sure everybody in this room has gone through some of those video trainings that I had talked about. Year to year, how much are you really learning? You've been here for 4 years. In year 4, how much are you getting from that? If it's the same exact activity, are you getting anything out of it? Really? Like, no. Like you are tuning it out so you can just get to the next thing that you have to get to. And for us, then again, it goes back to that self-interest. So how can we, if we already have a activity around passwords, what different tack can we take around passwords this time that we maybe haven't taken before? Maybe it's from a student perspective instead of an employee perspective. Maybe it's from a parent's perspective instead of a staff member's perspective. So just trying to kind of hit some of the same ideas, but from different ways and different points in that same idea. And then messaging. Creating a security culture or a privacy culture is really difficult when, again, it goes back to that apathy thing. And it goes back to fear mongering that is kind of done in this space too, right? For us, beating people over the head with fear is never helpful. The reason we say that is because if everything is scary, then nothing is scary. And it's just like, well, why do I even try? If I can't do anything, if you're not giving me any tools, you're telling me about all this stuff that's happening. And in some cases, specifically with the AI activities that we just put out, this last one, there is no solution. I don't have it, and I don't know that anybody in this room has it. You know what I mean? But what can we give you that actually actionable techniques, right? That's a big thing for us. On every single activity, we're giving you, maybe there isn't. So for example, for AR security, so security in like the metaverse, for example, there's not maybe a ton you can do with that in terms of giving actionable techniques, but maybe you can at least point to the terms of service in, Meta's terms of service for the Vision Quest Pro, or maybe there's some settings in that we can screenshot and put in that activity so that you can change that and at least have some kind of say over the data that is escaping your devices. But yeah, messaging that and getting people to buy in to privacy and security when honestly most people are just trying to do their job and go home, and we are simply a roadblock in them being able to do that. How can we do that in a way that is unique, where it's not just, another email or another, and we kind of talk about that here in the next thing, but we have to make good rewards. The problem with that is partnering with vendors or budgetary considerations. You'd be surprised. We tried to, my boss and I, Roland, had tried to reach out to every single food place that you can imagine. We've tried to partner with the athletics department. We've tried to partner with food services here at the university. We heard from a lot of students, coming into this year of releasing to students that getting food options as a reward would be a great idea. I completely agree. I love free Chipotle too. I would want that as well. But there's a lot of closed budgets anywhere outside the university too. I'm sure a lot of you are experiencing that here, but even when we're trying to partner with some of these outside vendors, the prices are really pricey, or times where they may have been able to donate things before. We've worked with Advancement and trying to reach out to some outside parties. That's really difficult. The other thing about digital rewards, it's a lot easier to get a nice pullover like that and it looked like it was worth $60 versus you've got $12 and you have a digital reward. It's harder to get that same level of perceived value. Even though we were spending the exact same amount of money, the digital reward, if you get a gift card, you're getting $12 on that gift card. You're not getting what appears to be like a $60 reward in that case. So how do you do that in a digital space? And again, how do we drive users to log in the first place? We can have these carrots, we can have these sticks, but like ultimately they've got to have a reason. And we've been experimenting with, when we first started off the platform, we had thought, well, awareness is different than compliance. We've heard the compliance versus awareness a couple of times during the course of today. We believe that too, but we have had to experiment with having some compliance pieces. So we don't have IDP training necessarily in the platform, but if you do have your IDP awareness that you need to complete, we have IDP awareness as an option to complete in the platform. That has been, at least in the last year and a half, the biggest driver of new users into the platform. I think the day that IDP was due, we probably had around 4,000 people log in on that day. That is an extremely, the average day, we're probably looking at around 200 people logging in. It's a really big day for us. So how do you drive users without making this a completely you have to do C4U in order to be able to get access to your email? It's maybe just making C4U an option as opposed to being the only thing that people could use. But yeah, again, it's breaking through that message fatigue of people in general. Unless we have nice gifts or unless we have a requirement that you have to complete, it's hard to get people to just be like, I just want to learn about cybersecurity. Unless you're in this field, that's going to be a hard ask. And especially with the student population, part of our reasoning and opening it up to them is we heard from a lot of people, both faculty and staff members. Faculty would say, well, I want to use C4U to help teach my students about this. Well, I'm sorry, you can't use C4U right now because it's only limited to staff and faculty. And then staff and faculty saying, well, there's nothing really that we're doing to prepare the students for their career outside the university from a cybersecurity perspective. And that doesn't make the university look great either. When they get into jobs and don't know what a fish is, that makes us look like we're not preparing these people for their future. So it's trying to find unique ways of messaging this stuff. And if that's partnering with different people across the university, we've done that because let's say, for example, CFAS, maybe they have their own internal messaging structure. And if you get a message from your dean, you're more likely to open that than if you get it from me. You don't know me at all, but your dean, you're probably worried about what is my dean saying to me? I should probably open that. So how can we partner with whoever is running that messaging service in CFAS to be able to get C4U content into there as well? And then there's customer service. When we had physical rewards, this was even more difficult. It's gotten a little bit less difficult, but it's still a matter of one of our guiding principles is feedback as a gift. We don't always love to hear some of the feedback. Some of the feedback is like hurtful, just to be honest. Like you work really hard on these things and like you don't like it still. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Or I think most of the people in this space right now, I would say we're targeting a very broad group currently. Like I said before, we're trying to hit a lot of different sections. And so people who are in the technical space, we've heard a lot of feedback that we don't really have anything geared towards people who are actually in tech or in security themselves. So it's like trying to take these things in mind, trying to make sure that people like the content and that we're meeting needs and that they're getting the rewards that they earned, but also how can we get better? How can we get better rewards? How can we get better things that are more resonant with the user base? So customer service is extremely important in that way. I don't know where I'm even at. I think I'm about at time. Does anybody have any questions or interests in terms of the stuff that I've talked about with building a security community? Yes, Todd. No, it's okay. I should be able to anyway. Let's see if I can stop sharing real quick. Love to hear that. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. You know, especially when you're currently, I think what I've heard internally is how is this helping reduce risk ultimately, right? And I can see in a pre-COVID world where it's maybe we have a little bit more budget to be able to expend towards these kinds of ends, and maybe this seems superfluous to some people, like to have rewards or to try to this bespoke type of platform. But we really think that that we're on to something here. So I really appreciate that, Todd, because I think the more people that are using this, and if it's a matter of, again, bribing people, which is what the rewards are about, or getting people in because they're required to do something, the more people that are looking at this content, I think the more likely it is that they're going to be interested. Because hopefully what we're doing here is, yeah, I had to come in here and do this, or I wanted to come in here and get that sweatshirt, or I wanted to get my year's worth of Malwarebytes re-upped. But this is actually kind of interesting too. Like I haven't heard about this particular AI thing yet, or one of my students just wrote an article around what's an ethical usage of AI look like for a student. So a student who's writing a paper, I don't want to cheat. I don't want to get a COAM. How do I do that? And we have a whole activity that we had just put up maybe last week that's kind of focused around that. But yeah, this is what the platform looks like. Oh, yes. Yes. Absolutely. Beautiful. Yeah, and that's really what it's about in terms of, we want you to, that's literally exactly what we want. We want you to see it, think about it, and then, okay, I don't have time to do this right now, or I'm not in front of my television right now, but I'm going to go ahead and go home and turn those things off on the smart TV. And you could ask yourself, what does that have to do with OSU? I mean, do you work from home? Sometimes, yeah, and I would imagine your computer is probably connected to the same network that those televisions are as well. So like, that's really what it's about too, is if you're being more secure, if your family is being more secure, that means you're probably being more secure with OSU's data too. Yes, sir. Would love to comment on that. So we have had many requests for that during the course of C4U, and Lord knows especially in current budget state, I would love the money from that. I think there are a couple of factors to consider that have been problematic in talks, and we've had talks about that before. So we had talked with the Big Ten about that before, and trying to be a good partner to the rest of our Big Ten schools and our sister schools, or however you want to put that. They really wanted us to create the content for them as well. And the problem with that is then you're getting into a space where now we're servicing people who are outside the university. And look, I love that nearly 20,000 people have accessed the platform from OSU. I love that. There's still a sizable amount of other folks that have not, we're nearing maybe a half of the university on an average basis. We still have a whole other more than half to go here. So that's a concern. And then the other concern there is, this has been a joint project between us and then the development team as well. And so they have some say-so over that code. So it's kind of like, does it make sense for everybody involved when we're selling it off like that? But yes, yeah, I'd love to get more funding for this, because I have so many ideas for where we could take this. I would love if we had a more engaging interface. I would love it if there was more interactive type things. Like I love Java game, like HTML5 games or whatever, like that you could play on very similar, like a tabletop exercise. I love that kind of a thing in C4U, because again, that maybe gets more of the tech crowd that isn't really being serviced, I don't think currently. But yeah, that's a matter of, I would agree with it, but we'll see what people above my pay grade have to say about it. Yeah. Just really quickly, because I know I'm out of time. The activities, as you can see here, we have a lot of activities currently. If you wanted to search a particular thing, you can say cloud, and there's how can I use a new cloud service? You can come in here, you can see how that process would work pretty easily. It gives you all the legalities, but it also tells you how you can handle that and how long it will take and those kinds of things. Maybe that's a little bit dry, but even let's say the AI ones, we've got, where's the one I want? This is about Copilot, which the one I want is actually about the student population. But Copilot, I'm not sure if I would assume most everybody in this room has heard about it, but it's Microsoft taking some of the ChatGPT aspects and incorporating it into Office. It's going to be a paid product, so I doubt that the university is going to immediately spring for it. But where do we get when we're in a world where it's hard to tell students not to use AI if the tool that literally everyone is using to write things has the AI baked into the software. You know what I mean? Like how does that work? And how is that going to work when they submit up to the, to submit your paper up to your professor? Does it get flagged as being partially generated by AI? I don't know. And it'll be interesting to see if that's the case. But in addition to the activities, we have groupings of activities called achievements. We try to make it really easy. As you could see, there was a lot of content there. So if you don't feel like doing that, we do have 60-minute cybersecurity basics, 30-minute privacy basics, just the bare bones. If you get nothing else out of this platform, this is what you're going to get out of the platform. We try to make it easy in that way. Rewards, as you can see here, are very similar to the screenshot, but add to cart. And if you want to opt out of any communications, you can do that too. Again, we try to be as accommodating as possible, but you can also see any completed activities that you may have had as well, because if you're in that situation where I completed this activity, I want to edit my television, you can go back to this activity in your completed activities and go through those steps. So that is C4U, but I'm way over time, I think now, so I'm going to wrap it up. But I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you so much for letting me talk about it. Thank you.
But let me introduce Rich Nagel. He has a unique perspective on security and information technology, informed by a breadth and depth of experience across a variety of industries and IT specializations over the last 25 years. Currently the Associate VP and CISO for The Ohio State University, Rich has served as a leader in information systems and security with experience in a variety of industries, including software development, financial, banking, manufacturing, distribution, and higher ed. Rich's experience includes security, information risk, identity and access management, infrastructure management, purchasing operations, IT, asset management, everything. I'll just scroll to the bottom here. User training and operational initiatives. Rich is also a really great guy, and allowed many of his team to be here. So I've asked him to sort of tie up today.
First off, thank you, Julia. Thank you, ICDT, for having me be the wrap up. I stand between you and getting the heck out of here. So this is not going to be a 45, 55-minute presentation. There's not 48 slides. There's just a handful. What I wanted to do first, though, was get everybody stand up, please. Get a little stretch in. Okay. If you are from the university, but you are on my team, go ahead and sit down. I think there's quite a few of them. Oh, there's some people standing, but they don't have a seat. That's fine. If you're from the university, go ahead and sit down. If you are a student, sit down. If you are a partner, sit down. If you are anything else, a vendor, federal agency, doesn't matter, go ahead and take a seat. So wait a minute. Okay. Explain. What are you guys? Did I miss something? You're okay. All of those that are interested in cyber and that are here for any other reason, you can go ahead and sit down. That was really just an exercise to get you a little bit of a stretch. When I asked Julia, hey, is there something you want me to talk about? I can talk about a million different things related to cyber. She said, no, really, it's just kind of pulling the day together. So I said, oh, okay, that's super easy. I can do that. So we're going to do that. I'm going to touch on career journey, careers in cyber a little bit, just very briefly. And then burnout and wellness, which is something that's kind of near and dear to my heart. So we'll touch on that too. This really won't take all that long. And it's going to be somewhat interactive. Okay. Because the one thing I don't like about going to conferences or seminars or summits is just sitting in an audience and watching PowerPoints in a droning head all day long. So I'm going to be asking for some participation. For me, the pulling it together, as I sit through these presentations and talks, I kind of note things down as we go. What kind of helps me is, and my teams tend to sometimes hate this, is that then I bring these things back and we start to have these wild hair ideas or whatever. But what I took away from some of these things, so the very first opening keynote today with Noah and Emery, 4 kind of things that I took away: humans and aging. We have a humans problem. As I've always said around the university, if I didn't have students or staff or faculty, this would be a very easy job, but it's not. There's always a human factor. And when he had aging up there, I think my brain kind of went a different way. It's both an aging population in terms of those using cyber or needing to understand it, but then also those that are in cyber, and what are we doing about our workforces as there was mention of gray hairs. I have a few of them. I try and shave them off predominantly. But as our workforce begins to age, what are we doing to replenish it and keep that talent pool open? The bigger thing that I did take away, though, was the can't transfer risk, right? And that's something that businesses struggle with all the time. You may do the operations component of a security function, whatever it might be, but at the end of the day, the risk is owned by the business. You can't transfer that to a technology group. You can't transfer it to an MSP, right? You are going to own that risk. And what does it mean as the business? In Emery's conversation, the things I took away, the utility security trade-off, floppies for the win. As he mentioned, Rich would be very happy. Yeah. The trouble that I have there is that then I'd have to go buy everyone a dolly to be able to move the 5 million floppies that they're going to be required to store all the information that we here at the university have. It's a ton. And then security needs to travel with data. We've had many conversations with Emory and his team at Anchor. It's a really cool product. And what it does in terms of encryption around the data and moving it. And it is a really, really cool idea. And if you haven't looked at it, I would strongly suggest that you do. It's a pretty interesting tool. What are some of the other takeaways from that session this morning? Anyone? Just shout them out. And if you don't have them, that's okay too. My team will know that I will call on them if necessary. All right. So Kirk Harith was the next speaker. And he was talking around, he's a strategic advisor to the state of Ohio, reports up to Governor DeWine, and helps out Husted too. They're shifting the state's focus from a compliance-based component to a risk-based security organization, right? That takes time, it takes effort, but they are going in that right way. They're aligning accountability. And if anyone is known or has worked in the state for a very long time, it's totally distributed and there's been no tie to one to the other, etc. Kirk and Holly specifically in the DAS group and now the state of Ohio CISO, they're bringing alignment of that accountability into that entire state structure. I put porn at Mansfield Rest Stop. One, it was just kind of made me chuckle, but second, it really points to oversight, right? What are you doing about oversight in your organizations around security and keeping an eye on what's going on, right? Those things happen all the time. They happen here, they happen everywhere, right? And what are you doing about oversight to make sure that they're not getting out of control? And the last thing I put on here was talk to me first before calling to Kirk. He stole Holly from us. She was on our team. She was our chief privacy officer and worked in our governance space. She's awesome. She ran to that opportunity, which is great. But seriously, they are building out a great team. They've got investment from the state, from the governor, to continue to build out the cyber structure in Ohio. And so it would be a great place to work if you did. So I certainly would go to Kirk. But we also have jobs open too. So feel free to look at the Ohio State website. Anyone else have anything as a takeaway that they would want to call out? That comes, yeah, back there. Yeah, measurement. And I think I have that. I think that was part of Brian's conversation around quantification of risk and benefit. And that popped into my head around metrics and how do you measure those things? Because how do you show the value of what it is that you're doing? So yeah, absolutely. Good takeaway. Reg? Ah, good one. Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else? Yeah. 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 And that's a great call out. The thing kind of jumping ahead to Brian's conversation, all subjective, not objective. For me, the conversation around
it's always individual to the business or institution or whatever it is that's running a security program, right? You can say all day long that frameworks may not be valuable or bring a certain thing. To the point I think he was trying to make is from a legal standpoint, yeah, there's nothing that you can stand on to go back and say, I can sue you because you didn't do X, because the standard says you must, right? And if you look at every one of those standards, and Reg pointed out, right, that like exceptions in our space, we are based off NIST 853. That's what our control framework is about. There's always the exception. Here's a standard, but as long as you write down that you're not doing it, we're good. So it's like, well, that's what an exception is. Now, an exception is an acknowledgement that, yeah, I'm going to accept that risk, but it's still an exception and you are not doing that control, right? Bounce back up a little bit to the cybersecurity canon. Helen's real quick chat on the Hall of Fame's aligned with the RSA. So, you know, in the spring, they'll be coming out or announcing the new winners there. The big thing that I took away was that, and I will be reaching out to her. I happen to know Ellen because she was the CISO here previously and I worked for her before too. So we've known each other a very long time. But that the winners would love to come and speak, right? And to be able to use those folks in your education, your awareness, your training programs, et cetera, tap into that, right? That's a market that I think they would definitely want. Anyone else in the cyber canon space? Any questions or no? So the software liability, we touched a bit on the metrics. Some of the things that we need better quantification of risk / benefit. So back to the metrics component for me, that's it. I took away that programmers are always doing their own thing. And Lynn is our chief applications officer in our group in OTDI. They are. So how in your, what's that? Sure. It's creation. Yeah. It's creative. The challenge is always, are you doing it in a manner that has guardrails in it that can be protected right from the get-go? And so how do we as security professionals help folks that are in the programming world understand what that looks like from the beginning, not at the end, right? It's so damn difficult to go in afterwards and you find out that, oh, something got released, it was built, whatever, and it's the greatest thing ever, but it leaks data all over the place, or it does X, Y, and Z inappropriately, or you know, once you're in the app, you know, you have access to see everything, and you should only see one thing. If you can get your programmers to understand just basic concepts up front, they'll build those in appropriately as you go. That's the biggest takeaway I had here. Awareness, yeah, absolutely. Anyone else? Any other takeaways? And we touched on this. I already said it, right? Frameworks are always optional. Even if you have a framework, everything in it is pretty much optional because there's always the exception route. It's like, well, we can't really do that. One of the things that we do here is that we continually look at that framework. Our controls are based off of 853. They are not 853, right? It's not a one for one, every single thing is there. It's what works for our business, and we constantly reevaluate that and decide on whether or not. For me, the biggest takeaway is find what works for you or your business or your institution and follow it, right? Just do it, make it work. And then in the afternoon, a little bit at lunchtime. So thank you to the panel, Bob, Vimal, John, Kevin is the moderator, not narrator, for Ohio Cyber Reserve. Bob is on our team. Thank you very much. He works for the university here in security and has been a member of this for a while. The takeaways that I had, they're headed towards their 300 volunteer member goal, right? Not a paid organization. They're striving for a more cyber secure Ohio. They educate, assist, and respond. And that one of the other ones was compliance facilitates security, but is not security, right? So don't rely on a compliance person to come in and say, you got to do X, Y, and Z. That does not equate to good security. It might be okay. It might be the right thing to do, but it's not an entire program and probably what all of the things you should be doing. And then I think, Bob, you may have dropped this one that I put in here, which is tie your threat intel to your VM program for the biggest bang for your buck, right? Because again, if you're focusing on just trying to keep ahead of all the CVS 10s or whatever it is, whatever scoring rating you have, historically, if you look back at most vulnerabilities and the things that are being gotten, it's a combination of things that have existed for a number of years, or simply it's one thing that has just simply existed for a number of years and it just was ignored, right? So there are 0 days and they will bite you, but more and more it's well, it just was left over from so long ago that it's getting taken advantage of. Anyone else? Bob, anything else you wanted to drop, or John?
Just one more.
Yeah.
Just
Mhm.
because there have been patches remove a capability, but they don't actually remove it for systems that already have the capability set up, because they don't want to break people for backward compatibility reasons. So you may be left in an insecure state, even though you applied.
You applied the patch, yeah.
Or they may leave data behind. There was a very famous 2017 patch where it would not remove an encoded version of an administrative credential that was out on public share. And you were instructed in the release notes to do that, but the
Release itself didn't do it.
patch itself didn't do
Yeah.
that. So always read that stuff. And
Yeah.
know what the patches you're applying requiring you to do.
Awesome. Anything else? Chris's conversation around Jobs Ohio, what I took away from that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that you all have helped with a 17% increase in jobs since, was it 2013? Did I have that right? Okay. Okay, awesome. A lot of work. Yeah. Cyber is a game changer for Ohio, right? I've heard Ohio is and specifically kind of the Columbus area, Central Ohio area as the Silicon Valley of in the Midwest, right? It's like that tie to tech and cyber. It's a big game changer. And it's always a concern that all of these companies are coming and they're gonna keep taking from our talent pool, right? And so the gap talent is huge. What are we doing about that? I think we all had this great sense of, oh, now that COVID is here and we're all we can show that we can work remote, that opens our talent pool up. Yeah, it's like the opposite. I think you said, right? The talent pool is now open to everybody and everybody can go get jobs, anywhere. What are you doing to combat that? I threw on there and I wrote your email address down. How about a CISO retreat, right? And the CIO, CEO retreat you do, maybe a CISO retreat to talk about security and talent in that space too. So anything else, takeaways, thoughts, things that you might think about in your areas for this? No. The student groups, WESIS, I wrote it down so I remember how to pronounce it. We work with a couple of different student groups here. We support one and financially a little bit every year, and it gets them to be able to go to one of their national conferences and send some students down to it. The biggest thing that I took away from this and want you to take away from it, where you can, even if you're not at the university, you can engage with students, engage with them where you can. If you have a company, if you're running a company, you work for a company and there's potential for internship opportunities for students, there are always students that want those sort of things. And so I encourage you to get involved with that. Talk to those areas, any of those groups. Julia and this institute, right? There's all kinds of opportunities for that sort of engagement. And then the last one with Brandon. Brandon is on our team. Thank you. Is he still here somewhere? He's in the back. Hey, what's up? Shameless plug. Our cybersecurity day is next week. It's on Wednesday. Reg is in the back. So we'll be having that. But, you know, the big takeaway I have for this, a couple of things. One is a huge thank you to Brandon, to Reg, to Roland and the team for the work they do around this. We give an annual update. I give an annual update to the Board of Trustees here at the university. It's in February every year. And this past year, we had the opportunity to be as part of public session. And so we gave a presentation on the C4U awareness platform, and we brought a couple of students with us that were helping on the team to talk about that. The board ate it up. They love it when students come to talk to them because it gives them that connection back to the university. But they were really excited, and I think our students are very excited. So I think, again, this goes back to educating the workforce of the future, and are we teaching them the right things, right? Just, you don't need to be a cybersecurity professional to understand cyber. You just have to have a basic knowledge of it, because it's pervasive in everything we do all over the world. And so if we're sending English majors out there, we're sending doctors out there, we're sending rocket scientists out there, whatever it might be, right? They should have some level of cyber understanding and knowledge. And that's the takeaway I had. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Anything else? No? All right. So I think that was the day I wanted to touch on career journey a bit. And I pulled this out of Helen's book. She's part of the Cyber Canon, but also has a book in the Cyber Canon, if you didn't catch that. And her book is Navigating the Cybersecurity Career Path. I kind of lived it, having reported to her for about 7 years or 6 years here, and a number of years in a previous role. But she has 4 main themes at the beginning of a book, in the beginning of the book, in her intro, that I truly believe in, right? And the first is know yourself and be authentic. So if you're in this world of cyber and you're thinking about your career journey, right? Be authentic to yourself. Know what it is that intrigues you, what excites you, what engages you, and chase after that thing, right? Network. Being only a person away from almost any answer in cybersecurity is a huge advantage. I cannot stress this enough. I think the thing about being in cyber is the collaborative nature across this industry. I came to higher ed from a finance industry, and they're different. And they were, this is about 9 years ago, almost now. So things have changed some since then. But certainly when I came here, the very first time we got together as the Big 10 group, the Big 10 CISOs all get together once a month on a Zoom call. We meet 3 times a year in person. I have a number of them on speed dial on my phones, on my phone. To be able to get together with them and ask any question at any point in time is crucial. And so whatever industry you're in, wherever you are, make sure you're building that network, right? And if you don't think you have one, you probably do, right? You just need to build it out, talk to other people, talk to us. I mean, at the end of this, you're going to see my email address is public. Just email, if you have questions, email me, right? Like, we are here to help each other, and we're never going to solve all of it, but we've got to help each other out along the way, right? So how do we do that? Stay curious. There will never be a time where you can set it and forget it. And that's true. You always have to, you always have to try and get better. You can't just let it sit and continue the way it is. You've got to think about how to reinvent, pivot. The bad folks, the bad actors, they're not doing the same thing they did yesterday. They're trying something different. And so how do you keep ahead of that? And then communicate well and often. Build your relationships with your stories. Continue to do that. And I had thrown down a couple of questions around the journey really for you all. Part of this is, if you're a manager of people, what are you doing to help your people in their career path, right? Their career journey. Are you having conversations with them? Are there tips and tricks that any of you do? Who is a manager of personnel or people in this room? At least I know there's a couple. Okay. What are you doing to talk about your folks' career journey? What are you doing? Is it top of mind every time you're together, or at least on a monthly basis, quarterly basis? Anybody? Any ideas? Yeah.
Mix of all those things, your daily thing, but a quarterly kind of health check, and then your annual, pretty standard.
Yeah.
But I think the most important one is that those regular check-ins where it's not on paper.
Yeah.
Human interaction.
Okay. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Okay. I think, one of the takeaways, one of the things that I try and do and have tried to do is always remember that, try and put yourself in their shoes, right? If you think back 10, 15 years, if you've been here that long, been in your career that long or not maybe, or even longer, what kind of help would you have wanted 10 years ago, 15 years ago, right? And I try and remind myself, just because somebody wants to move up or change roles doesn't mean they don't like the organization or don't like me. And what is my responsibility to them as a manager? To help them in their career, right? It's my responsibility to get the most out of that person that I can. And the most out of that person might be a different role in a different space or whatever, right? The first thing is, I always, if somebody's looking for something new, is, can we expand your role in what you're doing today? And if that's not something that's capable, it's okay. Well, can you move into a different role in the organization that I'm managing and running? And if that's not possible, is it possible to keep you here at the university in some other sort of role? And then if that's not possible, and the only thing to do to progress your career is to move outside the university, you can damn well know I'm going to be your number one champion in that process, right? And you can rely on me to help you get to where you want to go. I think, our people are our most critical asset. And I know that people say that all the time, but it simply is. If we didn't have the great people that we do, we wouldn't have the program that we run here at the university. And I truly believe that. Julie had asked me, is there not? Yeah, Bob. Yeah.
And that was to find out what their career goal was. And then as I was assigning work, think about their career goal and whether or not there were ways that I could help them develop skills that would help them.
Yeah. Progress. Yeah, that's awesome. Julia had asked me, had kind of mentioned, what about certifications, right? And I'll tell you, I can probably say I've kind of stumbled my way into the role that I'm in today. There was no, when I entered the workforce, how many ever decades ago, there was no real true, oh, you're going to be a CISO. Like, that wasn't really a thing. And so I've kind of got up there. I don't have really any certifications. I don't think they're necessary, but I think they are valuable, right? And so it's for every single role may be different. The thing that we rely on is validation of those certs, right? And making sure that what the people are claiming is truly valid. Did they really get that certification, or are they just slapping some letters on a resume to make you happy? So any other suggestions, comments? Yeah. 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 Yep. It is, and it's not just here at the university either. But I'll share with you when I first started at the university, one of the first programs that we implemented was getting multi-factor done here at the university. You can imagine, right? That like the running joke is that, you know, there's kind of two things you don't ever want to do when you're implementing a project here, and one is get the faculty pissed at you. And number two is you never want to be on the front page of the Lantern, right? Okay, student newspaper, but you get the idea. And so one of the things that we did, and I know Amber was here. I don't know if she's still here or not. She left. Okay. Amber used to work with us. She was my project manager on that project. Anyways, we did a marketing campaign blitz with everyone, right? And trying to explain why we're doing this thing called multi-factor. And you get all kinds of reasons why they don't want to do it, right? Why anyone doesn't want to do it. And so the very first thing we started with was, okay, do you put gas in your car? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you use a credit card? Yeah. Very rarely are you going to get anybody today that says they still pay with cash. It's predominantly you're paying at the pump. Great. Last time you put in your credit card, did it ask you for your zip code? Yes. 2-factor. And they're like, what? That's 2-factor? Yes. Like, and you show them how it affects or is part of their life already. They started to make those connections. And I think it's crucial if you can figure out that bit. And that's one of the things that we've tried to do with the platform is make that connection to home and work, and it carries over. It does. It carries over both ways. If you can figure that out, I think it's extremely helpful. So anything else? I know I'm probably getting pretty close. I'll do about 5 more minutes and then we'll probably wrap up. Health and wellness, employee burnout. This is from a slide from a presentation I gave a few months back. In a recent survey of 1,000, and this is of security professionals. 77% responded that they had experienced burnout, and 70% said that their employers could do more to help with those symptoms or alleviate those symptoms. Show of hands, over the last 5 years, who has felt like they're burnout or that they're getting close to being burnout? All right, it's a lot of us. Out of those of us that raised your hand, how many feel like your employer could have done something to help alleviate that feeling? Pretty much every single person that raised their hand first raised their hand again. This is a pretty big one for me. So 2.5 years ago, when Helen left, I was appointed the interim CISO, and 8 days later, I ended up in the hospital with AFib. It was probably not an exact cause of getting the job, but I will say that a lot of the stress that built up to that point in the transition and other things didn't help with my factors. And so this is pretty near and dear to me in terms of making sure that we're taking care of our people and that wellness is at top of mind, right? Because you cannot run an organization, period, without people. And if your people are burnt out, they might be showing up every day. They're not giving you their best effort, right? At best, they're half-assing it. And at worst, they're half-assing it. And the other half is they're looking for a job somewhere else, right? So what are you doing for those of you that manage personnel, or those of you that are personnel at an organization? What are you doing about burnout or wellness for your staff? Any suggestions, tips, techniques? Let's see what this answer is. This should be good. Mhm.
Has basically.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Also looking up.
Yep. Yeah. Anyone else back there? Yeah. Yeah. Another thing is work is a thing, not a place. Right. So we try, if you get your job done today, go home. Right. And home might be leaving the bedroom that you're working in over to the couch in the family room, but it's that break. Right. And letting people know that you support them in that when they're done, they're done. They don't have to sit in front of a screen from 8 to 5 or whatever it might be, right? Be flexible, meet them, understand what their needs are, and try and help them out. Anyone else? Okay. Yeah. 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 I think one of the things that a lot of us get wrapped up in is, I'm the reason why this organization continues to run, right? Like I got to put in the 90 hours. I've got to do it. I've got to, if I don't do this, Ohio State's going to fail. I don't know if any of you know this or not. Ohio State's been here a little bit longer than I've been a part of the university, right? I had the opportunity last week. We had our all compliance annual meeting in person. I report to the CIO, but I also report to our chief risk officer. I have a dual reporting structure. So I don't totally discount compliance as part of our program. But our chief risk officer, Gates Gary Yorokas, brought in, he brings in annually at this meeting someone from the greater compliance world to do an interview with. And this year it was Gene Smith. For those of you who don't know, Gene Smith is the athletic director here at the Ohio State University. He's been the athletic director now for 18 years. He announced his retirement back in a couple months ago, I guess. He'll be retiring at the end of the fiscal year, which is at the end of June. And there was an opportunity for people to ask him questions, and everyone's like, oh, Gene, what do you want your legacy to be? Blah, blah, blah. He's like, I don't have a legacy. I don't need a legacy. It's not what I want. What I want is to be missed. I'm like, oh, damn, that's a pretty interesting thing. But he went on to say essentially, hey, listen, there've been ADs before me. They're going to be ADs after me. I did a period of time here at the university. I hope that I did great things, but this place is not going to stop because I leave it, right? Like this thing is going to keep moving and it's going to keep running, and there's nothing that's going to stop that. And for those of you that aren't at part of the university and you're in some other industry, it's probably very similar, right? I get that there are some things that you're going to have to work a lot to keep them going. I get that. But if you work for any company of any size, you can, it's probably not going to collapse if you don't work that 3 extra hours on a Sunday, right? When your kid's birthday is whatever, right? So again, make sure your people are taken care of if you can. Check in with them. One of the other bullet points I had on here was most of us, unless we're self-employed, probably have access to an EAP, which is an employee assistance program, right? Take advantage of it. Go figure out how to get in contact with those folks. Make sure your employees, if you're managing personnel, know how to get in contact with that group. Figure out what that is and make sure that they know that. Questions and answers. And there's my email address, nagel.51@osu.edu. Feel free at any point in time if you have questions, reach out to me. I'm happy to answer questions, or if you just want to talk cybersecurity or anything else, we'd be happy to. Me and the team. Part of the mission of the university is outreach, obviously education. We love to talk to everyone about all of this, so feel free. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, not specifically. It has been in the back of our minds as to, is there an opportunity for it to be any deeper of an educational tool in the stack? But right now, no, it's not. It's primarily focused on just personal awareness and training. And then obviously there are some components of the platform that, and I think Brandon talked about this, right? That like IDP awareness is in there. So you don't have to, you can go there and get that versus taking the IDP training necessarily. You can test out kind of thing. So there's a couple of options, but there's no direct tie yet to any sort of classes or anything. Please help me thank Julia for hosting today's symposium. It's been awesome and I really, truly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know everybody is busy. You have work burnout and families and careers and friends. So I appreciate you giving your time today, hopefully to learn a little bit about from some of these, something new from these amazing speakers, or a little bit deeper into something you already knew. And please broaden your network. Feel free. We have this space for a while. So hang out, talk to people maybe meet somebody you don't know. We're a little bit early on the afternoon snacks, but they will be here. And if you are meeting with me a little bit later, we're going to just go to the conference room. It's 300A. It's over there. And let's see if there was any other announcements. I have a little bit of parking validation left for those of you who need it. I'll be over to your left at those windows. And yes, I'm serious about following up with you. So you will receive a note from me thanking you for being here, giving you a little more information, some links. And I'm definitely open for feedback, just like Brandon alluded to earlier. Sometimes it's not all good, but that's okay. That's how we get better. This was pretty much the first time we've done this. So thanks for giving it a go with us. Have a great afternoon.